All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to JCIT. I just want to welcome a few new members that we have. We have Senator Francisco, welcome. And I think filling in for Senator Peterson, we have Senator Argerbright. Thank you. And then we have Representative Jesse Bourgeon is one of our new members. So welcome to the committee, and I hope you'll find it a rewarding time. We have a fairly full agenda today, as far as with just some audits and going over stuff with IT branch and the legislative branch. There is a judicial branch memo in there, their report. It's written only. Unfortunately, Alex Wong was not able to be here today. He is on vacation, and so he gave a written report. And if I'm sure he'll be here for the next meeting, so if there's anything that you see in it that you want to ask questions about, you can bring that up in the next meeting. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start. And we have Jeff Maxim is here. He's the Chief Information Technology Officer for the state and our Office of Administration. And welcome, Jeff.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, my name is Jeff Maxim. I'm the Executive Branch Chief Information Technology Officer. So today we've got kind of a full agenda for you. So we're going to start working through pretty quickly so we not take up all the day. So our agenda for today, we'll start with quarterly report project presentations. Again, this is that new format. Traditionally, you remember having Alex here when he was the Chief Information Technology Architect kind of driving this. Unfortunately, you have me for this, so you get to hear me ramble on for a little bit longer. Then we'll go into cybersecurity updates, as well as OITS updates. And as promised, Senate Bill 291 has executive branch looking at a plan to consolidate IT within one agency. So we're about halfway through that plan. So we have our vendor here to present kind of their initial findings and where they're in the project. So as promised, we're bringing that to the committee on what the plan is turning into, and just reiterating that this is a plan. This is not an actual execution of consolidation. This is building a plan. So they'll be presenting on that here as well. But with that, we'll start with our quarterly project presentations. We do have a few agencies that were not able to make it due to scheduling. So KDOT's DCF is not here today, as well as Pitt State is not here today to present on theirs. So I'll try and cover as best as what I can. All right. So again, this is presenting on the quarterly report for 2025 from January to March. And then our next published report will be in August for April through June. So again, this report is just on the January to March submittals for quarterly reporting. So for the quarter, we have 5 completed projects, 16 active, 18 approved projects, and then 2 projects on hold, and then 8 planned projects that have been submitted through the KDOT process. So we have 14 executive branch projects, 1 Regents institution projects, 1 legislative branch project, and then 0 judicial branch projects in this scope. All right, so as the active projects, the cost breakdown, currently we have 2 projects on hold for about $1.5 million, $3.5 million for projects that are going to be recasted. So there will be 3 projects that get recasted here shortly. We have 4 projects totaling $78.9 million in caution status, and then 5 projects totaling about $22.2 million for alert status. And then we've got 5 projects in good status for a total of about $14.2 million. All right, so our active projects in the alert status, we have the DCF Child Support Services replatforming. We have the KDOT's hospital EHR system. And then we have the KDHE Early Childhood Data Integration System and Enhancements, the Pitt State Student Management Cloud Implementation, and the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks Smart Cop record system. So again, we'll bring up the agency representatives to talk about their projects. As mentioned, the first two, the CIO and staff are not available. So if there's questions for them, we can make sure that those get answered and responded back to. So the first project is the DCF Child Support Service Replatforming Project. This is an alert status due to cost overrun and then project overrun time-wise as well. And so one of the major holdups with this was the data conversion off the mainframe to the modern system. They're still working through that, as well as some additional federal regulations that came down. So they are continuing to go through the recast process on this project, but it is moving along. So it was planned budget about $11.7 million, and its current to date actual budget is $12.7 million. So they're still working through. All right, the KDOT's hospital EHR system. This is the electric health record system that all the hospitals are rolling out. I do believe they have rolled this out to all 4 hospitals, as well as the new hospital in Wichita will be implementing the system when it comes online. I do believe one of the major holdups is at least one module that they're adding in to enhance the project as well. But this is active in 4 hospitals right now, so they have made substantial progress in this system. I think when they last talked to, I think it was only implemented in about 2 hospitals. They're now in all 4 hospitals right now: Osawatomie, Parsons, Larned, and KNI. So they have implemented this, and now they're just seeing the new pieces that need to come in with it that weren't originally scoped. So, all right, next up. All right, KDHE, and they do have representatives here, so I'll have them talk about their project.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Bob Doan. I'm the CIO for KDHE. I'm going to talk to you this morning about the KPERS Childcare Replacement System. Oh, okay. No, I'm good. Thank you. This project was, as I mentioned, to replace the current KDHE and DCF childcare licensing and foster care licensing system. The current system is outdated. It makes it challenging for both agencies to meet regulatory requirements. You'll hear a lot more about this this project this afternoon, as Catherine has a presentation as well. The planned duration of this project, the contract was signed in January of 2024. The project officially began in April of 2024 after the selected vendor and project teams from the agency collaborated to document the project plan. The initial go-live date was set for June of 2025. However, due to milestone delays and task slippage caused by discrepancies in project plan discrepancies and design issues, the go-live schedule has been revised to October of 2025. The planned cost of this project with ARPA funding was $5 million. To date, we have spent approximately $1.8 million of that. The scope of this project, it includes replacing the current on-premise solution with a vendor-hosted software as a service solution. The transition will enable the adoption of more modern technology and facilitate regular maintenance and updates. And by the way, the KPERS system was a 15-year-old system. We are in alert status. We were in alert status the last quarter for project discrepancies. The vendor was using, we were using Microsoft Project, as well as they were, to track state tasks. And the vendor was also using a different system, an online system, to track their internal tasks. So it made it very difficult for us to match the project plan with what we were seeing versus what was actually happening on their side. We remediated that with them by having them create a crosswalk so that the task would align better for us to be able to monitor those tasks. The reason we are currently in the alert status is we've got We've been working, after we got past the alert status the last time, we were in a good shape. We were confident that everything was working well. We were making progress. We had a project manager and business analyst that was assigned to us by the vendor, and they were very knowledgeable of the product because they were at the inception. We got reassigned new staff members, new project manager, new business analyst, who didn't have the history that the previous ones had. So we were working through some issues with some design documents. They would present us design documents. We would vet them. There would be issues, there would be misspellings, there would be regulatory issues that were incorrect. And so we would send those back to the project manager and the business analyst for remediation. This would continue. Once they remediated it, they would send it back to us with the changes in place. However, we would find new issues throughout the document that were not there, or at least that we didn't see in the beginning. So they could have been there, we missed them, or they were introduced after they re-reviewed them. So we worked with their management to help us to understand how we could rectify this issue. And their management has gotten more resources because one of the issues was the business analyst would create the design document, and then they were also reviewing it and submitting it to us. They didn't have oversight for them to review and then someone else to, or I'm sorry, they didn't have oversight for the person that was creating it and someone else to review it before they sent it to us. So we were finding numerous errors. So we've gotten that remediated with them. So now they have multiple individuals, not only once they create it, they review it before they send it to us. So we're finding less and less errors because we also found that as part of their process, their project plan that they have developed for us, that they allow for 2 denials, which they send us a document that has errors, we submit it, we send it back to them, we reject it, and then they fix the issue, they send it back to us again, and then we find more errors, we reject it. So they only accounted for 2 of those in the project plan. So that's why the project plan has gotten milestones behind, because we were finding 4 and 5 different issues versus just 2 that they had accounted for in the project plan. Hopefully that makes sense. It's a lot of back and forth. And I don't have any other information. If you have any questions, I'll feel free to answer.
So even with all that, your ending date is still the same?
It's
the
October of 2025, correct. Originally it was June, it got recast to October.
Okay, so I have June of 23rd to 26.
That is still in play, yes.
Yeah,
correct.
that's the end.
That's the end date of the overall project, and
Right.
yeah, we are still under that.
Okay.
It's just the alert status is due to the number of, it states like 50% milestones that we are in alert status for, because those haven't been completed because of the vetting back and forth.
So is there any, and it sounds like you're maybe getting through it. Is there any, clawback's not the right word, but the company which is GL Solutions, I guess, are they on the hook for any sort of deduction? It's because they're not meeting the milestones?
I do not believe that is in the contract.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions. I'm trying to find the URL for the portal, but you mentioned ARPA funds. Is there a deadline for when those have to be used?
September of 26.
And are you going to be able to complete it? I have concerns looking at this from the 10,000 foot view. One of the things is you're only approximately $1 million over budget with an overrun of, well, several months, from 28 to 41 months. So what was going on in all that time that the money, I mean, I don't understand how you guys couldn't have flagged this sooner, and there's just so many issues, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to micromanage, try to get into a project, but this, and to have no clawback on if they don't meet their obligations in the contract, I mean, I'm just floored at so many things that you said. I don't even know where to direct my question, so I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and I may have, I need to review that contract again to verify.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was it a time and materials contract?
Well, I'd have to check.
Could you please get back to us on that?
Okay, so I'm trying to find the bureau also, but are you over? Is it over budget?
Not at this time.
Okay, so
We're still
we're
under
getting
5
conflicting
million
information then. So you spent 1.7 million or 1.8 million
of the, yes,
of the 5,
correct.
And
We
you-
still have 3,
and you're expected to stay within that 5.
correct.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Oh yes, I'm sorry, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. And I wanted to circle back to your 2 denials that you kind of concluded on. Was that the previous project manager, or is this the current project manager? Tell me, when did that fall into the history of what you were describing?
It's the current one. These are the new ones that were placed in our project
Right.
in the last 6 months.
And having gone through this, and also for the state, it seems like the 2 denials would be pretty standard to avoid any type of scope creep. And so the way that you described it is, we reviewed it, found 2 errors, sent it back, they sent it for change, and then you discover 4 or 5 more errors. And that implies, like, did they make a change since you got denied, or did we not spend enough time internally on our side making sure we are completely thorough with all the errors?
We try to vet all of the documents that they submit to us because like I said, we go through, we find misspellings. We verify that the statutes are correct that are in it, the requirements, regulations. And then once we find an error, we reject it. It's the process called rejection. We reject that document, that design document. It goes back to their team. They review the issues that we had brought up, and they fix those. And then when they send it back to us, occasionally we will find additional errors that we didn't find earlier in the process of reviewing it.
Mm-hmm.
So we weren't 100% sure whether those issues were new after they made the additional changes. Because we didn't see them initially when we did our reviews.
So just a point of clarification, the way that you described it is, I'm going through this document, or I'm going through whatever they're working on, and I find an error. Does that end the review process? Is it, I clicked one error and now it goes back for them, or can you continue to look through all of them?
These are not one-page documents.
Right, there's several
huge
pages.
Yes, they're huge documents that we go through. And so, this process takes a period of time. It takes a lot of staff resources on our side to review all of these documents, as well as staff resources on their side to create the documents and make modifications when we send them back. So there is a large time frame there that this process goes back and forth. And that's why when they told us that they allowed for 2 rejections in the project plan per design document, when we're finding 3, 4, 5, that's where we were having issues because it was causing the scope creep. And so we worked with their management to get their individuals better trained so that they could provide us documents more correctly the first time. Because the other alternative was to make the system go live with the documents and fix them later. We didn't want that. We want to put a good product out initially and not have to go back and redo it after it's live.
And I would agree with that. Having gone through that, it's best to sweat the details in the beginning than have.
So we're using extra time now up front to make sure everything is correct before we publish it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Yeah, it appears that the company kind of dropped the ball a little bit there at the beginning. I don't understand why they would change their project managers in the middle of a project.
It was frustrating for us as well because we were making very good traction. And then, I think they either got new business, they're short-staffed, so they put their best people on another account to get them off the ground. And then, for lack of better terminology, we got the B team.
Well, it sounds like we ought to get some sort of compensation for the B team maybe, so.
That's why we're working with their management to ensure that they are providing us quality staff that are knowledgeable and are able to help us to get through this process.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next project is the Pitt State Student Management Cloud implementation. Again, I don't have many details on this one specifically, and Pitt State cannot be available for today's hearing due to prior commitments. So again, if you have questions related to this, we can make sure they get back to Pitt State for review and answer. All right, the next and final project in the alert status is the KDWP Smart Cop Record Management System. They do have representation here, so I'll pass it off to their CIO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee. I'm Jason Dixon, CIO of Kansas Wildlife and Parks. I've been up in front of you guys a couple of times here in the last couple of years as we've worked on this project. Right now, we are down to our last module that we are working on, our case reporting and incident module. Maybe to give a background to some of the new folks on the committee, this project is to replace it's moving from the KHP's current global system that they use and moving to our own Smart Cop system, a law enforcement records management, ticketing system, boating accident system, that type of thing. And so that's what this project is about. We're moving it in-house and to be able to allow our law enforcement to do electronic tickets out in the field and go through that process as well. A couple of the big insights that we've completed here recently have been our Coast Guard connection. We were having some issues with uploading boating accidents to the Coast Guard. We have since cleared that up in the last month. So that became pretty top priority for us when we found that connection not working. So we were working on that with the Coast Guard and with the contractor to get that all taken care of. And that has been completed. Our officers can now do KCGIS requests through the system for lookups and different things as well. It's connected to our licensing system, so when they do a lookup, they'll get licensing detail from an individual or as well too. So those are all different things that we have completed. The last module, like I said, is our case incident reporting. We have a testing group testing that right now. It's like arrest reports in different aspects of that. And so we want to make sure we have all the questions and everything answered in so that we can then get that pushed over to KBI when we need to on that upload. So we're working on, I'm trying to schedule some meetings here in the next month to see where we're at on that. And then we're hoping to get it finished in this next quarter, finish that module and complete the project in the next quarter, definitely before hunting season.
All right, any questions? So it says current cost $335,000, plan cost $576. So the last module will fill that gap, or?
Correct.
Okay. So when is anticipation that you'll be totally complete?
Like I said, I'm hoping to be totally complete in that first quarter of fiscal year 26, which will be July till October. So my plan is to, and depending on what the testing group and different things is, to definitely try to have it out and going before September 1st on the when the main hunting season start.
Any questions? All right, I don't see any. Thank you.
All right, so that concludes our projects that are in alert status, and we'll move now into the projects.
All right, Jeff, actually, before you
Yes, sir.
go on, I just want to make sure that the committee does not have any questions on, was it the three projects that we didn't have any representation here? Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Yeah, I don't have a question, but Mr. Chair, I would appreciate an update report from Pittsburgh State specifically, since they didn't have representation, or anybody else that wasn't present. They should just at least give us an update on, for us to review.
I agree. I appreciate that. Yeah, again, it kind of disappoints me that they couldn't send somebody here that had, at least could give us a report. And so, yeah, if we can get a written report to the committee, I would appreciate it from all of them.
Yes, sir.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And since this committee does allow remote testimony, it would have been nice to have somebody online. That wouldn't have been that difficult. But I do have a question on the KDOT's hospital one, the implementation. It looks like the plan cost was 2.5 million and the actual is at 5.5 million.
Yes, ma'am. I do have a little background on that I can provide. So that was essentially a project executed by a previous, I don't want to say previous administration, but a previous IT leadership team within that agency. And they did not have a strong hospital background. The new CIO actually came from the healthcare industry and recognized they were missing several modules needed for an EHR system. And so he included those into the project to make sure it was a complete EHR system going to the hospital. So that was a catch by the new CIO coming in for that EHR system. So that is where that scope changed significantly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I may, I've looked online and in your report, where is the vendor information available? I mean, it would be nice to know if we're seeing patterns here between the same vendor or what's going on behind the scenes a little bit.
So for that one, ma'am, that vendor is WellSky.
How would we know that if we didn't ask you?
And then I should believe it.
So,
Okay, so we'll take that feedback, ma'am, and we'll make sure we're including that in the reporting, that the vendor is actually in that public reporting.
yeah, so Jeff, I'm having trouble. I'm not sure if anybody else is, but for some reason on the dashboard, when I click to try to go to the page that kind of tells, you know, why it's in alert status and all that, it says that it's not available. The page is not available, so that we're not able to get to any of the what we normally see, I guess, when we click. I mean, if I click on the link, it sends to the, you know, the long document that was the initial document for their, I guess it'd probably be for when they filled out all the risk management, but the page link is not working, and I can't find the right document that for those pages in order to be able to at least just scroll through.
They're checking into it now, sir. So we'll make sure we get that back up.
Yeah, Senator Tyson.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Jeff, thank you. I did find, it was pointed out to me that the contractor is on there, but if there's any subcontractors or anything else, could you please also include
Yep,
that?
we'll
So
make
thank
sure you
you
get that.
very much.
Yes, ma'am. All right, we'll make sure we get those taken care and addressed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, is there any way you think you can get that, where we can get that quickly?
They're checking into it right now. So
At least even if we could just get the actual document so that we could scroll down to the
Sure.
pages, because right now we don't really have anything.
I will keep tabs on it.
All right.
And you want us to proceed in this, or we can come
Well,
back to these
can we wait-
sections in a little bit?
Wait just a few minutes. I think it'd be better if we were able to see what we're looking at. Is there something else you can?
What we can do, sir, if it works for you, Mr. Chairman, we can go into some of the cybersecurity updates while we're going into that. So
Let's do that. Let's kind of jump
we're
into
double
that.
checking on that.
Come
So
back to this other. I should have said something earlier, but I was still trying to figure out what it was.
all right. So as we step into this, I would give a brief update on Information Technology Executive Council. I briefed this a little bit in the past. Again, Senate Bill 291 created some changes to ITech. Went too far. Created some changes to the Information Technology Executive Council, which is essentially one of the governing bodies for information technology in the state. It really shifted the focus from covering 3 branches back to just executive branch. It required monthly meetings as opposed to quarterly meetings. It was also the body that is responsible for this IT integration plan that will be presented to Legislature here in January 2026. So a little bit of changes, but they still do set a lot of governance within executive branch and set policies. And so one of the big things ITech has done recently is we have made a huge push in updating state cybersecurity policies and policies in general. So in the give or take, what is it, about 10 months since we've been meeting, we've passed a significant number of cybersecurity policies to really enhance where we're going and taking the state. And this will help us better align with some of the requirements in Senate Bill 291 regarding the NIST cybersecurity framework. So obviously, the first part of setting any standard from a security framework is to have the policies in place. So we're making that huge push to get these policies in place. And this is a cooperative agreement between not just the agencies within executive branch, but the regents, universities as well are key in getting these things through. So we have made substantial progress in passing all these different policies. So again, a lot of great work is occurring in that space. We'll begin moving also not into just cybersecurity policies, but architecture policies for executive branch as well. So setting standard, system development life cycles. So we start getting a uniform approach that all agencies are following to build new systems into their environment and maintain them from cradle to grave. So, but with that, I'm going to pass it over to the Executive Branch Chief Information Security Officer, John Godfrey, to do the cybersecurity update.
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, John Godfrey, Chief Information Security Officer for the Executive Branch. I wanted to start first with an update about our recent cybersecurity summit that we had. It was held on April 25th in Wichita. We hold this event annually and have been for the last few years. Oh. There we go. What we've seen as we've progressed with this event is continued demand and interest from the public community across the state, right? And so this year, we saw 300 participants. And what I find interesting about this, specifically about demand and interest in learning about cyber, bringing people together and how we can work together to help from a whole state perspective, is that when we look at conferences like in Kansas City for cyber, I've asked conference organizers there about how many attendees they receive, and they said 250. And so if we look at our event here, I find that as a strong testament about the demand and the need across the state for not only education, but providing solutions and finding opportunities to strengthen cyber. And that's exactly what we did here. We focused on cybersecurity collaboration and awareness. And the last piece I want to draw some attention to on this event is that we also had participation from our federal partners, the Office of National Cyber Directorate, or ONCD. Next, we had another event, June 5th. This is our first inaugural critical infrastructure exchange, where we are bringing people together across different critical infrastructure segments in Kansas, having active engagement, discussion. For our inaugural event, we had 70 participants, had 90 registrants, and we had all sorts of folks. We had our regulator staff there from KDOT. We had CISA staff there. We also had ONCD participation from Washington, D.C. And so far, the qualitative feedback that we're getting is that was one of the most engaging, helpful, productive events that they've had to have discussions, drive progress, and be able to take things back home and implement them. We have a second event for this scheduled. It's actually December 4th in Wichita. I have a small typo on the slide, but it's December 4th in Wichita. We also had members from our National Guard present at this event, just kind of showing across the divisions, how can we approach this in the critical infrastructure space? So we've talked a few times in the past about our Security Operations Center that we've been working to build out. And so I wanted to give you a quick update on that. Just a reminder, the Security Operations Center is going to be a 24/7 continuous monitoring of cybersecurity tools and systems across the executive branch. They will be tasked with the investigation and analysis of security alerts and events, and they will function as the centralized hub for incident notification and the associated coordination. We provided a picture here so you can see how the build-out is going, and you can see we have staff in there actively working, and we continue to grow, evolve, and expand that capability. A couple other updates related to enterprise cybersecurity efforts for you. So we continue to move forward in terms of vulnerability reporting capabilities. And one of the key notables here is the transition from monthly scans to real-time reporting. Part of this has to do with how we analyze endpoint devices like your workstation and servers to check them for vulnerabilities. And this gives us more real-time information so we can provide that to the agencies and take earlier intervention related to those identified vulnerabilities. Additionally, we have ongoing deployment of enterprise endpoint detection and response tools. This allows us to be able to earlier detect when something bad is occurring on a device and then provide that intervention. So far, we have about 20,000 endpoints that we have the software deployed to across the executive branch. In addition to that, we have our continued rollout of the enterprise endpoint management solution. And this solution is very important as it relates to patching vulnerabilities on systems. So I know you've probably heard in some of the security audits, why are the devices not getting patched, right? That's specifically what this capability is to help with, is to quickly identify those and make it easier to start patching those in a consistent manner and detect when the patches are not being deployed. So far, we have that deployed on around 17,000 workstations across the executive branch. We continue to move forward with the deployment of what we call our Privileged Access Management Solution, or PAM. And what this allows us to do is to make sure that admin credentials or elevated credentials, usernames and passwords that have enhanced user permissions, can be operated and used in a secure way. And so that you can check them out, they get rotated after use. There's a way to broker those to make sure that we have some additional security measures wrapped around those. And then lastly, for this slide, I wanted to mention that we have sustained efforts to improve endpoint visibility and agency-level status reporting. And so across these tools, part of the goal has been to start bringing this data together, make that available to the agencies, agency CIOs, and other agency staff, so they can see in a real-time capacity what's the status of their devices, what steps are needed to make sure that they have the patches, what steps are needed to make sure that they're in a secure state. Wanted to pivot now and talk briefly about our cybersecurity internship program. And so we're currently hosting 3 interns. We have 2 additional openings. The program includes both traditional and what we call reskilling interns. And so, in both cases, it could be a student that's in college or high school that has some interest, wants to learn more. And then we have other folks that maybe they have they've taken a different career path and they want to make a pivot, or maybe they're transitioning out of a federal or military role and they want to pick up some additional cyber skills. And we have some interns that have come in that way as well. We continue to see strong demand for our cyber intern program, which I see as a positive sign, and it also fulfills part of that broader picture of how do we develop talent pipelines across the state, how do we train them, and then ultimately how do we retain them in Kansas. And to that point, we've been able to successfully convert 6 interns into full-time positions within OITS and KIZO. And so I see that as a huge win. We are building the talent pipeline. We give these interns an exposure to a wide range of cybersecurity tools. And ultimately, it's about the hands-on experience, right? So we embed them in the different parts of the team. They get to rotate around. We have structured training we run them through. And then this helps equip them from a world-ready perspective. And then lastly, they provide support, operational support and capabilities while they're getting that hands-on experience. So we've talked a little bit about a couple of events that we do. Some of our other outreach efforts and educational efforts that we do across the state include providing training and educational programs. One of which is the SANS 401. That's just the title name for the class, and it's about security essentials. And I want to share this with you briefly. We do some follow-up work after individuals across the state take our classes to ask them how to go. what was your experience like? Was this helpful? You know, did you get something you could take away from this and go home and take action, right? Because ultimately, if we're going to spend the time and we're going to provide training, we want to continue to raise all tides. And so with that, I wanted to share some initial feedback here that we've received. And this is from one of the counties in the state that attended one of our classes. So they said, since that course, they're implementing organization-wide security awareness training. They're updating and creating many policies that were non-existent or lacking. They're building out an open source SIM, which is a centralized log collection device, to help understand what's going on in their environment. They're mapping out better network segmentation. They're doing domain blocking. They continue to do device hardening, baseline configurations, and they're cleaning up some of their policies for their workstations. Ultimately here, I think towards the bottom is part of the powerful testament that I think this educational impact is having across the state. So this all started for this individual in the county because they came and took the class, right? So they had some awareness, but they weren't sure what to do. So they came and took the class, they got educated, learned all these things. Now they went back, and now they have a big list of improvements that they're making. And so I just wanted to share this piece because I think we don't talk sometimes as much about the educational efforts that we do and the broad impact that they can have, but from a whole estate perspective, this is having an impact. Wanted to share with you a quick training calendar, just a few of the events that are ahead so you can see some of the programming that we've already got committed. So right now we have the Certified Ethical Hacker class that's going on in Wichita this week. We have strong demand for that class from public entities across the state. I think there's 15 in the class right now. We had a backlog of about 20 to 30 additional attendees that were interested in taking that class. July 14th through 17th, we're having the Cybersecurity Proactive Defense course. July 23 and 24, we have Developing Cybersecurity Resiliency for Everyone. July 31st and August 1st, we're holding an ISC Squared Certified in Cybersecurity class. August, we have a Recovery from Cybersecurity Incidents, and then later in August, we have Understanding Targeted Cyber Attacks class. And those are just a few of the next couple months worth of programming that we're putting on to help support our whole estate efforts and raise the security across the state. And that brings us to a net new event here for this year. And I will turn this back over to CETO Jeff Maxson, unless you have any questions for me before I hand this back off.
I think my question might be for Jeff. So does anybody have any questions? Yeah, Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. It was a nice update. My question is, we're less than a year away from the Kansas City region hosting the World Cup, which will impact our state. I'm just wondering, is that on your radar? Are you all in the loop in the planning in some of those? Are there some additional needs that we should be thinking through?
Yes, thank you. Great question. So I do have a member on my staff that has been participating in those planning efforts. I think there continue to be different facets of that planning where we continue to try and be plugged into. And so as we have more conversations, we continue to try and partner with and work on that more strongly. We have had a handful of meetings for the planning, and we continue to evolve what the capabilities or readiness aspects of that will be needed. Right now, I'm not aware of any specific ask that I would have for you or this committee related to that, but I will definitely keep you posted should that come up.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just real quick on that SANS 401. How many of the counties that have participated were rural counties? I mean, how many counties have participated in that class overall? And then how many counties were rural?
So thank you. That's a great question. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I'm very happy to get those numbers for you, and I can report that back. So we can go through the last number of classes that we held and kind of break that out for you if you'd like. And then we can highlight specifically the ones that are considered rural.
Any other questions for Mr. Godfrey? All right, thank you. Yes, thank you. Jeff, I did have a question on the
Yes, sir.
The training calendar.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of meetings.
Yes, sir.
And so always go back to the budget side.
Yep.
Because it seems like it's where my mind goes a lot of times. So are these sustainable as far as the participants are paying most of the costs? And
Yeah, that's a great question, sir. Most of the training we were putting on we're using either state Homeland Security grant dollars to put on, or we're using some of the state and local cybersecurity grant program dollars to put those on. And there are also quite a handful of free trainings from an organization called TEAX, which is the Texas A&M Engineering Extension School, that puts on a lot of, they're funded through a grant through Homeland Security to put on a lot of these training courses as well. And they bring in a team that does this training that's at no cost to the state whatsoever. So we are trying to find avenues to put these on. We do not ask any of the entities participating to pay for it, because we know that that is a struggle, especially for a lot of those rural counties. We just ask they get their folks to the training, and that's all they need to do. So for example, that SANS course, we did use Homeland Security grant dollars to individually enroll in a SANS course. It's anywhere from like $6,000 to $9,000, and we put that on at no cost. They just had to put their employees up in a hotel for the week for that course. So that is the approach we're trying to do, where we feel we get the most bang for the buck in how we're allocating those funds. So, and that is in partnership with the Adjutant General's Department and their Homeland Security office to put those on.
okay. All right. Any other questions on that? All right, go ahead.
All right. So one of the things I wanted to touch on, this is one of the big initiatives I've started, and this is why I'm kind of taking it back from John a little bit. So one of the things that I do, and also my military capacity as a member of the National Guard, I participate in cyber exercises. So red team, blue team exercises, they usually involve training ahead of time. And you learn a lot when you actually see what a hacker does getting into your network. So I've participated in a handful of these over the years. We sent staff up to participate in an exercise last year with Nebraska. And so we're putting on this year our own exercise the last 2 weeks of August. And we are using some of the SGF allocation and ARPA money to put this training on for the state. And what this is a 2-week exercise, where the first week is an intensive classroom engagement for about 40 hours of intense training on basically incident response. And then the second week is actually a red team, blue team exercise, where we have an enclave of red team going after blue team enclaves. And so we've opened this up again to cities, counties, school districts, universities, no cost. You just need to get your folks to the training and commit to it. And we're also partnering with the National Guard in this. So they've committed resources to where we'll be able to collaborate and work with them, share knowledge, and basically the biggest bang for your buck is building those relationships in these areas as well. So this is really new. We've never been able to really get that collaboration in place. We finally have it. So we're very excited for this. We'll have 2 locations. We'll have a location here in Topeka and a location in Wichita as well. So we can try and bring people in from across the state and not have to go so far to get to it. So we're super excited for this. Like I said, this is going to be the last 2 weeks in August. And so we're hoping to make this a multi-year kind of thing. So we want to continue to repeat this and keep growing it as well. So we'll build enclaves of about 20 members in a team trying to defend their network. And so they'll have to defend various different aspects and go through a different kind of series of type of attacks that they would see as bad actors go after their network. So this helps equip them to better defend their network. So we're super excited for this. Again, we've got a lot going. We already have, I think, about 70 to 80 registered for this event. Like I said, we're trying to get it up to 200. So really excited to see where this goes. So with that, I will stand for questions. I do have a brief update on that dashboard. We're having issues with one of our hosting providers right now, and that's why that link is not working. So we're trying to get that resolved. So,
okay. Well, is there any way you can just send us the link to the document? So even if the links don't work as far as on the dashboard, if we just had the document.
Yep, they should be. I believe they sent it over to you, James. So you can distribute.
All right. So just a second. Let's let James, and then we can go back to those.
And while we're waiting, Mr. Chairman, I will address Representative Curtis's question as well around the World Cup. So from a larger planning perspective, there are generally at this point, monthly meetings being held by a very large planning committee that covers not just the cyber piece, but also emergency management, law enforcement, things like that. This is a major planning effort involving many local governments. Missouri obviously is heavily involved in it, Kansas City, the Mark region. So there's a massive planning effort. And so there are multiple aspects where we're engaged. And I believe we started engagement, I think, October of last year. So we're very much tracking on it, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for that. I am so glad to know that we are in the loop, but I also want to be conscious of that there will be a cost. And so I know that some of the monies that are flowing to support World Cup cities, some of those dollars should help us cover some of those additional costs. So I just want to make sure that we're keeping track of that, and also that our local governments, they also will have those additional costs. And I just want to make sure that there is a clear established process that we're aware of,
Yes, ma'am. I will
that we take advantage of.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take that back. I believe that is being ran through the Department of Commerce.
Senator Argerbright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the efforts on the cyber exercises. Can you tell us how you're marketing that to the school districts in the rural areas, and maybe some of the, are you getting some response, or is it too early?
Yes, sir, that's a great question. Appreciate it. We're working through multiple avenues. One of our biggest one is working through the associations. Our primary associations we work through was an organization called GMIS, which is a IT association of local governments and school districts. We're working for the Association of Counties. We're going to start working through the league, as well as we showcased it at our conference that we've had. And then we need to get with KASB and market it through them. So I'm trying to get some contacts with KASB so we can work through that. Some of that we realize in a lot of our events, we usually don't get registration till about 30 to 45 days out. So people can kind of, it's a big commitment. So they kind of make sure their schedules are allotting for us. So we usually don't see some of those stuff come in until a little bit closer to the event. So we still have a lot more marketing to do on those, sir.
All right, the link should be there now. So it looks like you've changed the format a little bit, though. So I did have the right page, but it looks different than before, and so I wasn't sure that was the right one. So, so with that, let's go back to where we are, and then you might give us a little bit of time to find the right page as we work through it. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so going back to the project, so we've got 4 active projects in caution status. The first one is the KBI incident-based reporting system rebuild, and not look like KBI is here. So unfortunately, I do not have many details on the KBI project. So we did run into issues, obviously, the timing wise within the fiscal year activities and vacation overages. We did run into scheduling issues. So, all right. So next after KBI, if there are any questions for KBI, let us know and we can take those back to KBI and make sure they get those. So, all right. The next project in caution status is the KPERS pension administration system modernization, and there are some representatives from KPERS here today, so I'll hand it over to them.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Certainly glad to be here. Alan Conroy from KPERS, and I have John Cahill, our Chief Information Officer. Also, our Catherine Phelps, our project manager, is on virtually on this specific project. I believe we're in this caution category because when the project started, our vendor was just finishing up a major pension administration system for the Missouri State Employees Retirement System. And I think that system asked for a couple additional things to be added, and they committed to do those. That A team over there then that was servicing that, they asked then, the vendor asked if we could delay our start by 2 months. And so we agreed to that. And so that started rather than November, it started in January. Since then, they're fully engaged. I believe we're on track as we look to that January start date. And so, of course, that's a different start date from when the original plan was submitted. So for the life of this 5-year project, I think we will probably always show up on this report because we're 2 months behind. It's not enough to rebase, I think, is the terminology. I think our Catherine had suggested it would, so if we're 2 months behind, at least by the plan, we'd have to be really 6 months behind before that rebase would be necessary, and we'd bring that to the appropriate people. But overall, I think things are going well. The vendors delivering, we're engaged, we're very pleased. So far, of course, it's in the very early months of the project, but so far we feel very good about the choice we made with our vendor, and we think, again, we're on this list because rather than starting in November, we started in January to accommodate our vendor. And please try to respond to any questions or have the experts do it on my behalf.
All right, any questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate you being here. I can't say how much. I think I think the departments and people that didn't show up for questions, there's no excuse, especially online. But over a 5-year project, I'm thinking at some point you guys might be able to make up that 2 months, and hopefully we won't see you, although we do enjoy seeing you.
Thank you. And that's music to my ears, and I've already suggested that to the staff since we sort of accommodated their schedule. Could they help us? And I think they have even added the vendors added some additional resources and staffing to help on our project.
And even if you don't, I think if you noted in the report and just sent a note, I don't think you would have to spend your time coming to every meeting. I don't want to speak for the chairman, but just a suggestion. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I think surely sometime in that process that you'll get caught up, or just simply us understanding that, hey, it's just because of those first 2 months, that as long as you're staying within the budget and all that. So
right now things are looking good. We wanted to accommodate our neighbors to the east there, the Missouri system. So
well, that's right. You did so well. All right. Any other questions? Alan, thank you for being here.
thank you.
All right, Jeff.
All right. The next project is the KDOT Alcohol Beverage Control Modernization System.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Andy Sandberg. I am the Chief Information Officer for the Kansas Department of Revenue. In addition to the information on the screen, I would say that I would remind you that this is the second time I've been here. The initial delay was caused by data conversion efforts that were just clearly underestimated from the get-go. Currently, we have slipped into an agency predefined blackout period, so the vast majority of the annual renewals happen during the summer for this particular system. And so to make sure that that goes smoothly, we are not pursuing the current project schedule until that finishes. That pushes the project schedule to the fall, close out till the end of the calendar year. Otherwise, it is a fixed budget contract. It is currently on track, and that really sums up where we stand. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
So the It's going to be, well, 6 months past the, well, no, you've got 2/18/25 was supposed to be the actual time. Is that right? What you were going to close it out at? February of 25 was supposed to be the actual closeout?
Looks like it says August of,
August of 24 was the original, and then you moved it to,
it's funny, because the printout I have says 25.
right.
And I'm pretty sure, no, it's different than what you're seeing on your screen.
February of 25 was supposed to be the original. And so now you're saying when?
I think the project will go live in September, and we'll close the project out at the end of the calendar year.
Okay.
So there'll be some post-go-live support that happens between go-live and closeout.
But you expect by the next quarter, you should be live.
Next quarter will be, yeah, yes, I expect to go live in September.
And you're within budget? Okay. Any other questions? Yeah. Representative Turner.
Thank you. Did I hear you say that this is a fixed price contract? So these delays with data conversion are being eaten basically by the vendor in terms of their?
Absolutely, and not only that, the vendor has been making more recent versions of the software available to us that weren't included in the contract, so they've come out with newer commercially available versions for their other customers. We're getting those along the process as well as compensation.
So that's nice that they're giving you the upgrades in the interim here, but sounds like you're generally pleased with the vendor and their performance other than obviously the delay. Fair?
That's fair.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. And again, thank you for being here.
All right, the next project we have in the caution status is the Kansas Department of Transportation's crash data system replacement. And we do have representation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Sean Brown. I am the CIO at KDOT. I'm here to talk to you about KCDS, our crash data system. This is the system that allows us to accept crash reports from law enforcement across the state. Currently, they are accepted electronically through the CLEAR application, which I believe is a Highway Patrol supported application, and also manual paper forms. This initiative is intended to substantially increase the amount of electronic submissions that we receive. The delays are related to a few things. One is, first, this is a system that was originally built in 2009 by a vendor. That vendor is no longer in business, so we kind of were left picking up the pieces of that with little to no documentation. So there was an element of risk associated with this project going into it. But, you know, we worked through that. In addition, there were some validation rules that became complicated. Validation rules because there were inconsistencies in the various pieces of this process. The CLEAR application, the current TRS system, which is KCDS, which is what it's replacing, as well as our internal databases, they all have their own set of validations, which we didn't necessarily understand going into it, the complexities and the discrepancies between those. So we kind of had to take a step back. Both us and the vendor realized that, to go through that and work through those discrepancies so that we could have a unified validation rule set that we're working from, so that we're not going back and forth, which is kind of where we started heading, and we were going to cause substantial delays. So we took a step back, we worked through that. Now we're progressing. The other issue is part of the way we're intending to increase electronic submissions is through acceptance of XML formatted data, specifically in, if you're familiar with the NIEM format, the National Information Exchange Model, that turned out to be much more complicated than we understood or the vendor themselves understood. We at KDOT were not necessarily familiar with NIEM or the associated IEPDs, the information exchange packages that coincide with that. And so working through those difficulties has caused some delays. And again, that's kind of that's not on the vendor, it's not on the vendor, it's on our side also, because of our internal lack of knowledge when it comes to NEEM and IEPDs. And so that has caused us to get behind. When this was submitted, we were hopeful that once we got through this, we were going to get back on track. I can tell you that since then, we've realized that the delays have been such that we're probably not going to get back to the original schedule. So you will, in the next reporting cycle, see us submitting a recast plan. And I believe that that's about 6-month delay, if I remember right. So yeah, that's where we're at. Happy to stand for questions.
So when you're talking about the vendor didn't understand the NEMA or NENA? NEEM, okay.
Yeah.
NEEM standards. So is this something that is not being done in any other states, or is this kind of a cutting edge type program, or?
That I can't answer that question because I don't have that information in front of me, but NEEM is, NEEM is a data model that originally started with law enforcement. It expanded to include other sectors, transportation, and, well, there are various other ones. In any case, I don't see a lot of use of it. Law enforcement uses it a lot, which is kind of the reason we're implementing it into this project, because the law enforcement RMS vendors that will be submitting these XML documents are familiar with the NEEM format and how that works. And so that's the reason we're implementing it in this particular system.
Okay, I understand that. I'm just meaning, is this seems to be something I would have thought that the vendor would have understood before they started doing this. So it must be something that is kind of new to any state. Is it? Or do you know of any other state that is using this particular?
I don't have that information with me. I apologize. Yeah. Jim, would you happen to know the answer to that question?
Can you come to the mic? And
I don't know what other states are using the NEEM standard, but it is, it's an accepted method to exchange data between like entities. That's why there's these different groups of NEEM standards, so they can share amongst themselves like entities. And it's not so much that the vendor didn't understand NEEM. It had more to do with the complexity of our data and the conflicting validations across the 3 different systems and how to program that. Originally, we were looking at getting a third party to come in and help us develop this XML and the NEEM standard. And when we started doing our investigation, the timeline was just out of control and it wouldn't match with our program. So we leaned on this vendor. But the delay was primarily made on our side to map through these different validations and come up with a decision of how we were going to handle this in order to hand it back to the vendor to program into their XML.
okay. Sorry, could you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Jim Hollingsworth. I'm the Safety Data Manager in the Bureau of Transportation Safety.
Okay, thank you. Representative Jesse Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you say who the vendor is? I don't recall, and the information we have here is blank.
It's Affinity Global Services. They're out of North Dakota. Sorry.
Infinity Global Services.
Affinity.
Affinity. Okay, gotcha.
AGS.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It sounds like a miscommunication up front between the vendor and the department. Is that what was going on? A lot of, and you said possible scope. It doesn't sound like the RFP that went out probably went out too soon. I'm trying to figure out.
Not so much a miscommunication. It was they had a standard that they were coming to us with. And originally we wanted to be able to validate that by going out with an expert vendor to be able to review and help them develop, et cetera. But when that timeline wasn't going to work, we had to provide them with our validations in order to fit into their XML.
Did you go out, if I may, Mr. Chairman, did you go out with an RFI first before you put it out for bid? I mean, it seems like the homework wasn't quite there before the project.
No, we did not go out for an RFI. The phone calls that we made to a couple of the vendors that we knew it was just going to take too long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you guys for being here.
Thanks.
All right, now moving into the projects on hold. We had two projects that were placed on hold this quarter. One was the Kansas Department of Corrections Resident Education Portal Access. The other was the KDOT Bridge Office Management System and set-aside upgrades. So background on the KDOT Resident Education Portal Access, essentially as they started this project, they started to realize they needed a Wi-Fi upgrade. And so they basically halted this project. Obviously, as you start a project from ideation and you start going through use case requirement gathering, you may find some of these things that pop up that you need to address first. And so obviously they started the project, realized that is why this one is on hold. Once they get that Wi-Fi upgraded, they'll recast this one and pick this one back up. Also, as well as kind of a similar project, not similar project, but kind of similar use case. KDOT also has the Bridge Office Management System BROMS and set-aside upgrade. I can go over that real quickly. Kind of the same thing as they started in the project and realized one of the feeders needed to be addressed first in connection. So KDOT can come speak to that, or I can keep moving forward so it can move through. So I'll defer to you, sir.
Does KDOT want to talk about that a little more, please?
Yeah, so BROMS is one of our systems that is being integrated into an Astroware product. And if you're not familiar with Astroware, it's sort of an association that provides several things, but one of those is technology services for state departments of transportation. And so they have an application called BRM, which is Bridge Management. This is being implemented into the BRM system. The BRM system, since we started this, we learned is going through a major upgrade in and of itself. And so it was decided on both parts, us and AASHTO, that it would be best to sort of just pause this while they complete that BRM upgrade, because we don't want to go back and have to do rework for no reason.
All right, that sounds reasonable. Yep. Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the end, what will this help us do?
This is all part of the bridge management, bridge structure management, project management, the funding management, all of that associated with those structures across the state transportation system, state highway system.
And will it also provide information on those bridges that are locally owned as well? Or will it just be state bridges?
There are, I can't speak to the details, but I do know that there is information about local bridges in the system as well.
Great. I love to see the data being applied in a county where I have, or actually a legislative district where I have 5 bridges closed currently and no way to get across rivers and railroad tracks to go east, and now south with 18th Street closed. Anything that will help us manage our bridges will be most welcome. Thank you.
So I do see that it looks like you've used about a third of the cost. You've spent about a third of the money already. So what has been done on that third? I mean, what?
I don't have the details of the project, exactly which deliverables were done, but this is a situation where, I mean, there's interface the graphical interface work, I think, has been done, but where it ties into the database, the back end, that's where we're kind of waiting, because that structure is going to have some modifications to it.
So is the amount of work done about the same as the amount of money that's spent?
I believe so.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you for being here.
All right, and we'll
And
move
again,
in.
if
Sir.
it may interrupt, those that did not send or have someone here, we'd like to have a report
Yep,
to
we'll
us.
make sure that
and
gets
Get
done,
it to
sir.
James.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
All right. Next, we'll move into the completed projects. So we had 5 completed projects for the quarter January through March. So the D of A Capital Complex Security Infrastructure Upgrade, again, that was the cameras, the door systems for the Capitol Complex was upgraded. That project completed. The KU Early Childhood Care Education Workforce Registry, the Kansas Sentencing Commission, electronic journal entry project completed. The KDOT Bridge Inspection Portal replacement was complete, and then the KDOT electronic bridge inspection system was replaced as well. So those.
So we might want KDOT to kind of come up and explain to us
We can bring them back up.
how, talking a lot of bridges. So where do these 2 projects fit into the project that's on hold?
They're similar, and honestly, I can't speak to the specific differences between all of them, but I can tell you this. All of these are systems that are being integrated into BRM to make a unified system. Because we have all these disparate systems, as you see, supporting our bridge management in KDOT, because we have developed in-house systems over the years to support various business lines. All of that is being integrated into the ASHTO product.
So these 2 projects will, these are related to a certain extent to that. So if I'm trying to remember back, it's been a few years ago, there was and this may be the project, there was a project that KDOT was doing that was delayed due to the aspect that when you started the project, you didn't realize the tentacles that it went out to the different programs, I think, that it reached. And so it really delayed the whole project. And is this that one, do you remember, or was that something else that?
I don't recall the one you're talking about, but that is not this.
Okay. Because at the time, I remember that it was, the project was started, and then it was realized that there were a lot of other programs that it touched that needed to be worked on before that program could be finished. And I can't remember what it was, and I don't remember if it was even ever finished. So
I apologize. I'm not recalling at this time.
all right. I just thought maybe this might have been it. All right. Thank you. Any other questions about these completed projects or anything? All right. Thank you.
All right, pending the hosting problems and challenges today, are there any other questions in this area, sir?
Any other questions about Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff, thanks for the overall presentation. You and I visited at not the last, but one of the cybersecurity summits about rural Kansans or counties. And has there been any improvement as far as the last time we talked about the number of information security officers that are in the rural counties?
Yes, sir. I'll defer some to John if he has any more updates, because he's the one reading that. But I mean, for the most part, we're getting more participation. But again, I don't know to what level they're creating, security positions in the counties, et cetera. But we do know we're getting more participation in events in those spaces. We do know they also were applying for the state and local cybersecurity grant program to get funds in to help with their infrastructure as well.
And Mr. Chair, if it's all right, Jeff, could you maybe just give us a summary of what the main issues are as far as what you shared with me and what we're facing?
Yes, sir. So again, the biggest challenge is understanding, and it's kind of a shift in the mindset of the rural areas don't have the resources, but there's a sense that we're rural Kansas. Why would some bad actor go after us? And trying to get kind of that mindset that we're all targets of the bad actors. And how do we keep that messaging going that, yes, this still does apply to you? That is starting to catch, and we're starting to see more people kind of understand that. We also do have the mandatory cybersecurity reporting, so we are seeing some of that stuff coming. So they're starting to be aware of that. But one of their biggest challenges, again, lack of resources, lack of talent that can support them. There's very limited service providers out there that are, one service provider may be servicing, 10 counties IT. So it's just limited in terms of resources, probably the biggest challenge out in rural areas.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking back at some of your earlier slides. They don't have numbers, but there's a pie graph basically that shows that there's 16 active projects, 2 on hold, and then a couple of pages back, it's 19 with 2 on hold, which I would think would mean 17. So there's 1 in the flux here. But I guess my question to you is, of those active projects, with only 5 in good status, what are your views of that? Are these things just entirely up to the agencies, or what role do you have to kind of rein these things in? I'm just curious what your view is, 5 out of whether it's 17 or 16. Sir. Thank you.
Good question, sir. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. That is up to the agencies. So we have very little involvement in terms of our oversight is just the reporting oversight of their statuses and delineation of the skill set. Are you over budget, under budget? Are you on time? Are you delayed? Or are your deliverables on schedule, not schedule? Now, that is one of the things that you'll hear a little bit here later of just one of the challenges is each agency does project management or does their projects a little differently. We have not gotten to a maturity where everybody is building projects, gathering requirements in the same fashion. That is some things we need to do as we need to mature in some of this efforts and try and develop some more standards around that as a whole, sir. So right now, it's up to each agency, and we're trying to define more standards around that. And that goes back to some additional policies and things like that we need to start putting in through governance committees.
If I could, so what about the letting of these contracts, whether they're fixed or whether they're time and materials, seems to be another question that across agencies.
Yes, sir. Good question, Mr. Chair. Again, up to the agencies on how they build that. So, and then in conjunction with working with the Division of Procurement within D of A on how those are letted. So we have initial project and we see some of the specifications, but the actual process and bids and stuff like that, we are not in that process. So.
But it's that procurement group that reviews these to see that there's some performance, they were used as clawbacks or whatever, just some teeth in these things rather than just an open-ended, that's up to that department. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Where does KTEC fit into that, though?
Yeah.
Wouldn't they?
Thanks. No.
Wouldn't you have some? But couldn't they make some governance on that?
Yes, sir. We could start establishing some governance in those pieces, sir. That would be one avenue. We can look at some of the other rules and who can see RFPs. Is required to sign individual NDAs for each RFP that is going. That's part of our RFP process. So they try and keep just so specs and can keep that true competitive process competitive without information leaking out. There's some other things that would need to be overcome in that process, but there are some additional guidance we can put in and standards we can put in, sir.
Okay. Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is a little bit more general about the process. So we have a state agency that has determined a project that needs to move forward. They have selected their vendor. What happens next? It comes to you for, do you get final approval, or how does that work?
No, sir. So typically the process exists as we've developed what we call the KPERS system. If you have kind of an idea of a project you want to pursue, you submit that and you put in some of the information about this is what it's going to accomplish. These are some of our risks. We created a risk system. Does this project need a higher level of reporting in terms of what we call a reportable project, where those actually do come to me where I may see the RFP and some of the specifications on those, but the rest of that part, that just basically says, yes, you can move forward to a project and submit and go through a procurement effort for that. That is the extent of our oversight in those pieces. So we don't get much more than early on in the project phase right now. So we've never truly had true oversight into projects from that perspective.
All right. That was, and if the agency has picked a vendor and that vendor is not approved, what sort of recourse do they have to sort of understand why that was and what they could do differently?
Thanks, sir. That's a good question. So unfortunately, that is not something we're involved with. That is with procurement.
That's okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, I'm new and I'm trying to understand how all this works. So thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate those questions. You've made a couple of statements, so I'm curious about them. In the beginning, in your presentation, you said on planned consolidation of IT. Are you referring to SB 291?
Yes, ma'am.
I was afraid of that.
So
That was not the intent to consolidate all IT in the state. Are you aware of that?
As it was interpreted and read and explained to us by the crafters was to develop a plan of what that might look like and turn that over to legislature to make the decision.
To move all the systems to a central location?
That was how it was written out, ma'am.
Cow, I'm so glad.
Central organization, not central system, all for central organization.
Fine. And also you made the comment that there's no standards on project management and stuff through the state. I do know that there used to be, actually the state of Kansas had its own certification process for project management.
And it's a good question, man. In terms of project management, yes, but how they build specifications to projects, there's no standard on that piece.
That wouldn't be the management process of it. That would be the actual
Yes,
system
ma'am.
itself.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that so 291 does not implement any of that. It's a plan so at this point, you're not doing any of that.
We're assessing the current state of the environment, what a gap would be to a recommended state, and then that roadmap to if we were, and then present that to legislature.
Okay, so does OITS have vendors that you've, I want to ask this. You have vendors that you tell the agencies, hey, these are vendors that we want you to use?
We cannot do that, sir. We have vendors that are existing on contract, but we have to keep the competitive bid process in place. So we cannot intercede in that. If there are vendors on contract, you can put out what we call a task order, which is essentially kind of a mini bid process. So those vendors on contract can bid against it so you can keep competitive bid. Or if you're in the RFP process, that is a competitive bid and you have to send that out as an open solicitation.
We do have some vendors that are on preferred list, right? Is it with the Department of Admin or with you? I mean,
that would be Department of Administration. They're the ones that can hold statewide contracts. We cannot.
Okay, so it's Department of Admin that controls
yes,
all of that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you sparked a thought. We do have an approved vendor list to help expedite the process. Is there a excluded or an avoid vendor list?
That's a good question, ma'am, Mr. Chair. That I do believe they have a list of vendors that agencies cannot engage with, but that would be a D of A procurement question. We do not hold any such list. So that would be something D of A maintains.
Maybe we need to have Department of Admin in sometime. Any other questions? Yeah, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So admin then has they're the one that vets the vendors, or were you saying that the actual agency can make that sole decision?
Good question, sir. Depending on the procurement process, if it's an RFP, it's the agency that is making that sole decision with guidance of procurement on the process and supporting it along, but that is an agency decision based on the project.
Thank you. Maybe one follow-up. And I may be getting ahead because we're going to talk about ITC. I just been on that committee sitting in there. There was a question that came up last time that you hit me up on, and I think it was more of a legislative thing. Will you be getting to that, or do you want to address that now or later? Or?
It's a good question.
Or am I opening up too much right now?
I appreciate the question, sir. So again, that has a discussion having to do with risk and acceptance of risk at the state level. And I think that is a much bigger discussion. I don't know the appropriate venue for that in terms of how we handle that, sir. So I think that's something we need to.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions before Jeff goes on?
Still have some more slides, sir.
Okay, yeah, go ahead then.
All right. All right, so we since we got the cybersecurity area already, we'll go over some quick OITS updates. All right, so as we've been going through a kind of a transformational time, we've really looked at OITS and kind of how we function, operate. And so that's kind of going to be some of this background. So part of any organization, we've had kind of a strategic framework that we've been working off of that we started back in 2021. And as we started looking again, it was due for some updates and some revisions. So the leadership team within OITS revised our vision and mission. Oh, went a little too far. Vision and mission for OITS and kind of broader for IT as a whole. But again, our goal is to deliver from a vision seamless and secure access to digital government resources anywhere, anytime, with the mission of delivering reliable, secure, and cost-efficient enterprise technology services. So again, as we function as an organization, we're really focusing on becoming a true service delivery organization. We know there's a lot of things of the past where we've just been limping by. We think we're at a good point where we can start really maturing as a service organization and deliver better services to the end users and the citizens of Kansas. But part of that is we need to start setting out some of our guiding principles. In addition, we started setting out some strategic goals for the organization. And a lot of them, again, are to really drive us forward. So our strategic outcomes and goals revolve around operational excellence, developing a data-driven culture, a cybersecure and cyber-aware environment, and then a goal of strategic technology transformation. Again, and you'll hear a little bit as we talk about some of our efforts around Senate Bill 291, we are still in a very kind of legacy IT environment in terms of most of our stuff is all custom developed here and maintained here in the state. There's a huge shift and transition from building your own major systems to finding things that are off the shelf available that you can implement and you can modernize in a lot faster and not have these 20, 30-year system life cycles. So that is a major challenge. So we want to be very deliberate that we are targeting strategic technology transformation because of some of these challenges. One of our big, again, kind of an example of some of the strategic technology transformations is the enterprise licensing platform. We've been talking about for a couple sessions. So that was one that was initially funded out of ARPA, where we started bringing in some of these non-cabinet agencies onto it started out with the Kansas Real Estate Commission. They wanted a new licensing platform, but as we looked at those 3-year IT plans, we saw a lot of agencies want a new licensing platform. So we partnered, starting with the Real Estate Commission and then some of the others, to see if we could come up with a one solution that works for everybody. And we settled on a vendor named Accela. And so our big news is KREC went live back in April. So our first system on this platform is going live, and we have a slate of a bunch of other small non-cabinet agencies that are migrating to this system as well. And so we went live with KREC in April, which is kind of the dominoes. Now some of these other projects are really going to start picking up steam. And so on the slide is kind of the new calendar of where our next agency go lives and which agencies are slated to start coming into this project and win. So again, very excited for this. This allows us to help kind of maintain an awareness and help manage the vendor and assist the non-cabinet agencies, because this is not a space that they traditionally operate in terms of vendor management, et cetera. So we were very excited to see this. And again, we have, what is that, 6, 9, 11 agencies right now, and we're continuing to try and recruit more of the few outliers that have not decided on a solution to go to bring them into the solution as well. So again, very excited for that. So that's a huge milestone accomplishment. All right, one of our other big projects, as I mentioned, we're really trying to change the focus of how OITS operates to be a true service delivery organization. IT is a service and a support organization, so we really need to be focused on true service delivery. So as we'll hear, and you'll hear a little bit here from our vendors assisting us, our consultants, service delivery needs to have a lot of structure around it, and we've struggled with that in the past in OITS and the state as a whole from IT service delivery. And so we are starting a project in OITS late last year, IT service management project that will help us mature into a true service organization where we have documented agreements in place with every agency. It clearly outlines roles and expectations of that agreement, what their services they may specifically be getting, what they're responsible for. So again, it creates a standardized way we can deliver IT services. It'll help us create a path for continual service improvement where we create those feedback loops and get the requirements from the agencies and say, yes, we can provide that service, or we need to improve a service, or we can find another service that might be better fit for them. And we can also ensure service delivery consistency across all those. So again, how do we mature as a service organization? We brought in a vendor named Andrew Reese. They're out of Overland Park to help us through this process. So we've made great strides, and you'll continue to see more of this, and we'll report more about this project as we continue to go on. We've had a few staffing updates within OITS. So last November, we hired the state's first chief data officer, and her name is Kimberly DeWitt, and she is here today in the audience. So the goal of the chief data officer is we're seeing this role pop up in states more and more, and we want to make sure we're kind of following best practice best use. So the state collects a lot of data. We need to put some standards and guidelines in how we take care of that data, how agencies collect it, how we maintain it. And so the goal is to start developing those programs around better maintaining the state data and become more efficient with that data as well. Also, as we kind of look at again, going back to becoming a true service delivery organization, I need to be more out in the agencies. I need to be meeting with their secretaries, business heads, the non-cabinet executive directors. I need to be out meeting with them more than just in the office fighting the fires day in, day out. So OITS has hired a chief of staff. His name is Jared Harson, and he is here as well. And so Jared Harson comes from us as with a vast background in the federal and state side. So very excited for that. A couple weeks in, drinking from the fire hose, seeing this world, and is already making improvements for the organization. So a huge win. Also, obviously, with Alex's departure as a CETA over to the judicial branch CETO position, we have a vacant chief information technology architect position. We're currently going through interviews of that. And so we are seeing a pretty good influx of people applying from the federal side for our state positions. So we've got a lot of good talent and a lot of good options that have come in through some of these postings. All right, and obviously I do want to highlight again, OITS as well as the security office, we are very focused on developing our next generation of talent. So we also have an internship program as well. Currently we have 4 interns with 3 additional intern positions open. So again, we really look at these interns as a way to contribute. So they are not necessarily just our traditional, you're working summer hours. We want you to, this can be a job for you and you can really learn, just not be here and gone. And so we really want them to be embedded, and they are really contributing to the organizations as we bring them in. So we're very excited for these programs as we have them. We have, as John said, we do flip a lot of them into full-time when they're done as well, which creates a good talent pipeline. So we're very excited for these programs and are continuing to have a lot of success. All right. Also, one of our events coming up here on August 7th is what we have our Digital Government Summit. So this is a summit held here in Topeka every year. I think we're on year 6 of partnering with government technology to put this on. And so this is open to all public sectors, cities, counties, school districts, universities, all participate. And this is a time where we talk about where does technology go in the state of Kansas. And so this will be August 7th here in Topeka. Typically here we have, I think it's around 200 people that attend this one. So. But excited to continue to keep putting these on. All right, as mentioned, so we're gonna kind of go back into the House substitute for Senate Bill 291, the efforts for IT integration project, or the IT integration project. So again, Senate Bill 291 outlined that ITech was to put together a plan of what a IT consolidation would look like in the state of Kansas and what that looks like. And so as we went about this to meet what that ask is, we brought in a consultant to help us. We brought in Gartner to help us. One of the major requirements of this initiative for those vendors was they've done this work in another state. And so this is a place where they have contributed in multiple states, was a good fit, bring a lot of experience, and high inside of what has worked and what hasn't, and what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. So as we look, there will be things that make sense to consolidate. There will be things that don't make sense to consolidate based on various needs, et cetera. And so that is what we're trying to identify and help us craft this plan. So with that, I will introduce Brian Conalog, who is the managing partner on this project, to kind of give a highlight of where we are, what we're doing, what they've discovered through kind of their initial landscape assessment, and kind of give a roadmap of where we're going. So with that, I'll hand it over to Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Brian Conalog, I'm a senior managing partner at Gartner Consulting. And I thought today we'd do just a couple quick goals for the presentation, and please feel free to stop me at any time with any questions. But provide an overview of the IT integration initiative and who we are. Thank you. Apologies. Review some key findings and implications. We've been on the ground for about 5 months now, so we'll go through some of the early current state findings that we're having, and then discuss, give a highlight of around next steps and where we're going from there. So from a project background, when we looked at SB 291, these were the 4 goals that we really saw coming out. Clearly, there's a lot more in the bill, but these were sort of the beacons that we were directing at as we looked at the task order in SB 291, and really kind of guiding us throughout the work. So maximize value of IT resources. Often that's just thought about staffing, but really looking at staffing, architecture, infrastructure, processes, IP, all of that sort of thing. And making sure you're getting the best value out of what's out there today. Second, around increasing cost efficiencies and reducing technological debt. So there is some aging infrastructure there that's not allowing you to drive as much business and agency value out of the technology because it's just, it's not scalable, it's not agile, and you can't move forward. So looking at where there are opportunities for the state from that perspective, increasing cost efficiencies where there may be redundancies and things of that nature. Another important one, providing high impact citizen and agency services as we're working with the agencies. Some agencies, their customer, if you will, are other agencies. And then there are other agencies as well that we're working with that are working right with constituents. So making sure that we're shoring up those services and providing high impact services there. And then doing it all in a safe and secure environment. There's a lot around the cyber security element in SB 291 as well. So keeping an eye on all these goals and objectives as we kind of proceed with our work. So just a little bit on Gartner for those that aren't aware. So Gartner is a technology research and advisory firm. We are a global firm. We are led and driven by our research side. State of Kansas is a subscriber of our research, but as you can see, over 150,000 documents on all things ranging in IT, emerging technologies, all those sorts of things and best practices, and bringing those in to both state and local clients as well as commercial clients as well. We are on the consulting side, and that's where when we do deliverable-based work. And so as we proceeded forward with this, we built a scope of work and put deliverables together, and you'll see a little bit about the approach that we put together. And then we also have advisory and conference services, but I guess the one big takeaway from here is these are all integrated. So as us on the consulting side, we're bringing all that research to bear, and that research is and built on a lot of other state and local clients as well, and we'll talk about some of that experience as well. And Jeff had, the CTO had mentioned this earlier, but just to give you a sense of where we have done this work before, we've done similar efforts with state of Minnesota, state of Iowa, state of Tennessee, all within the last couple of years. What you can see here is, as well, it's a lot around assessing and designing and making sure that these things are actionable and implementable, right? And so happy to talk about these, but you can see it takes different forms: centralization in one area, IT consolidation in another, but similar sort of concepts. And just to give you sort of a highlight around what's happening across the country, as you can see, just based on the dark blues, those are states that have been moving towards centralization. There's others that are hybrid. There are fewer that are obviously decentralized, but the trend and commonality that we are seeing is moving towards centralization. Sort of two things that I will point out on this is there is no sort of one size fits all when we talk about centralization. So part of this effort is to figure out what that means for the state of Kansas, because what works for some of these other states may not work for here. We really need, and that's why we really built up a firm current state understanding, because it has to be actionable for Kansas and its ecosystem. The second piece I will say too is these are journeys. When we talk about centralization and once we're able to sort of define it and what that means, these things don't happen overnight. We want to build in a way that makes sense and builds into a successful journey. So just a quick note on the team. So while I serve as the sponsor, we have deep expertise that we're bringing in the key areas that we took away from SB 291 and the task order. And each of these leads and teams were involved in some of those prior efforts, as well have been practitioners. For example, Michael Orozco, our cyber lead, has been a CISO previously, Chief Information Security Officer. Down below in the quality assurance area is Steve Nichols. He was the CTO with the state of Georgia for a while. So bringing in that deep domain expertise in each of these and then building that back up together so it's one holistic plan that makes sense, because these all obviously have implications on each other. You can't just talk about organization without going into cyber and financials and so on and so forth. So building that deep expertise, bringing that deep expertise, but also bringing it up and making it all make sense together. So this is the SB 291. What we're working through now, sort of 4 steps, if you will. We kicked off in February, and then have been doing sort of what we're calling sort of summits, 2-3-day workshops. The agencies have been great about bringing people, delivering us information. You'll see some numbers on that in a minute, to really make sure we get a firm understanding of the current state. And we really have focused on that because we need to make sure we have a baseline there to be able to develop realistic and implementable recommendations and a roadmap. So over the past 2 days, we've had 2 current state summits, and then a bunch of one-on-one IT financial reviews as we're rounding out the end of the current state assessment. So we're doing that validation now, and then we're quickly going to turn into moving towards what we're calling sort of the target state and recommendations. And that really comes in 3 different flavors. It's an IT operating model, an IT financial model, and an architecture. And those are where we're going to build into those recommendations. We'll have more summits and workshops and stress test those with the agency stakeholders. And then the gap analysis is really, if you will, how do we get from A to B? How do we get from the current state to that target state? And again, that is probably not an overnight thing. Many of those states you saw earlier, that is a several-year journey. So we want to build on what we can to show that achievement, move towards that, and then have mile markers along the way to add on it with what makes sense. So if there are no questions on there, I'll go into the current state summary. Okay, Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, keep going.
All right, and I brought my colleague Vimal Sharma, who's one of the leaders on the team, and he will cover 1 or 2 slides in here as well, if that's okay. Just a shout out to the participation and dedication that the agencies have put in. This has actually even gone up over the past 3 days, but you can see a lot of agencies participating, a lot of stakeholder interviews. People were open and honest. That's really important as we sort of build through this. A lot of documentation. We did surveys, and we got a financial model that Gartner brings and has done across other states, and had agencies complete it, and we've been doing validation with them. So some of the things we're able to look at from a statewide perspective. Just a list to show from, we worked with all the cabinet agencies and a lot of non-cabinet agencies, also some of the unique entities like the correctional facilities, as well as the hospitals, making sure we sort of understand the different and unique lenses, being that all agencies have different needs and unique needs, and we want to make sure we understand those. So as we work through our current state, really there are sort of 4 major themes that we unpacked as we went into those deep dives into the different work streams. The first is, and this ties to those goals that I brought up earlier, is that there are statewide opportunities to optimize and rationalize technology and increase operational and cost efficiency. There are things in service delivery and architecture and org that we can really gain efficiencies and be able to scale and be more agile. So we did see that. You'll see some examples of that in the subsequent slides. Second, around statewide IT coordination, communication, and governance require more scale, agility, and transparency. So there is a lot in place. In fact, the policy standards, there's a good scale on what's available now. But as you're building into more a statewide centralization, integration, that scale needs to build up. But we don't want to lose the agility and the transparency with that, because we want to continue to build on the trust that those mechanisms provide. Third one, around IT services and capabilities, must continue to meet agency needs and expectations, not only today, but for the future. So there's opportunities around emerging technologies and areas where we can push forward in and make life easier for agencies. So one of the things we're looking at is what from that can we pull forward as we're going through the planning effort to make sure that the baseline and foundation is there for whatever this plan looks like down the road, if that makes sense. And the last one, and I think this was really important from day one when in February when we hit the ground, is ongoing agency input and engagement into the IT integration effort is critical to making it actionable and achievable. We know that there have been prior efforts. We've talked to other states about their efforts too, and building that and understanding that and building that into how we approach this and what it looks like and making sure voices are heard to help build that buy-in and consensus to move forward. So sort of 4 quick, and I should say these are still developing. They're based on where we're in the validation period, but sort of 4 quick sort of highlights from the finance. Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay, no problem. All right, thank you. So just a quick view on IT spending and staffing. Your above peer organizations average when normalized by size, but you're still in the range. And I think that's a really important thing to say, that you are in the range. A lot of the staffing, or excuse me, a lot of the spending is concentrated in 8 agencies. So there will be opportunities that we're going to look at there. There are a couple domains that have that are higher than peer averages in those. So we're going to look at those and see where that we can drive some efficiencies there. And then there are other areas where we can look to invest in to increase the productivity.
Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, when you come back in other reports, would you break out the FTE dollar amount and the IT dollar amount? It's not broken out in these. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll make a note of that. Thank you. Just moving forward for the sake of time, on organizational structure, strategy, and governance, we do see, and this probably isn't surprising, because but duplication of IT functions exists across cabinet agencies. So looking at some of those things, some of them aren't surprises. Application development, application support tend to be in the agencies. We'd expect to see that. There are opportunities in that area. Second one is around a large number of distinct IT roles. So about 900 IT staff, about 200 only have 1 or 2 individuals associated to it. So that just creates a little bit of confusion, and we want to build out sort of roles and responsibility clarity there. And the last 2 are really around governance here. I mentioned the policies and guides there's a good scale on them. We want to make sure we're continuing to refresh them, and I think some of the stuff that the CEDO and CISO have been doing through iTech is showing that those are getting updated. And then the last one, just again around that scale, making sure we're building in those subcommittees and things to make sure we're bringing all those standards to bear across the board. I will quickly hand it over to my colleague, Vimal, to handle the architecture.
Good morning, this is Vimal Sharma. So quickly, I will go through this. There are 4 key items. If you look at architecture of each agency, they are very different. And they are not even moving cohesively in the right direction. That's what we are identifying. If you look at tools, there are very few common tools. There are a lot of tools used by only one agency. It means there are opportunities to standardize which tools we want. We could reduce the cost, create operational efficiency because we know fewer tools to work with. Newer areas, there are a lot of, Kansas State has most of our legacy applications. We need to start building new capabilities. That's where focus was, as CETOs talked about. And last important is, again, there are common applications which each agency using. Can we standardize on those? Alert system, digital signature. Can we, across the state, have the same? So we identify those opportunities to create centralization in some of those areas. So we are trying to find the right thing. The next. On service delivery side, that's where a lot of confusion we saw. We basically see agency providing the services, the OITS providing the services, sometimes it's joint, but there's a lack of clarity. Same thing about in terms of service catalog. Agencies do not know what the scope of the service. So there's a missed expectations, and that's create a lot of dissatisfaction. So providing that clarity is important. The third most important, there's a silver line about it. The OITS providing services for non-cabinet agencies, that's really very high satisfaction in that area. Of course, on cabinet agencies, they're less of dissatisfaction or neutral. So the idea is they need to continue to mature in this area and this journey they need to take. And lastly is there are areas of operational staffing gaps. The people who has hands on keyboard in some areas like security, like workplace management, they are not enough out there. So those are the key really things which we are identifying, where we consolidate, where we have gaps. So that's the really goal. Any questions?
So our next steps, and then I'll turn it back to you, Chairperson. Finalize current state reports. We're going to continue and really hone in on that communication and change management that's going along with this. And then we're beginning work on future state landscape reports. So I appreciate the time, and we're happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions? If Jeff could come back up, I appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you. So one thing I want to ask you, Jeff, I guess, is so Senate Bill 291 is right at this point has a sunset on it. Last year, you know, there was no movement to well, there was some movement, but didn't finish to take that sunset off. I'm hearing, you know, some pushback from some agencies that are, I think they're concerned about the direction that things are going as far as whether or not they're going to lose expertise, things like that in, you know, different areas that they have expertise on in the IT field even, that if it all gets centralized, they're going to lose that. And so I guess my question to you is, are you going to come back to us and say, here's a plan? Are you good with this plan before you implement any of this?
Yes, sir. So my interpretation of 291 is that we put this plan together, we bring it to you for and in consultation between legislature and the governor's office. You know, what is the best direction for the state? Here's recommendations. Now, regardless of whether we consolidate or not, this effort is providing recommendations where we can provide efficiencies, and then we can still learn from. So whether that sunset exists and continues or not, we still have a plan that is provided for ultimate decision, because depending on if it is create a new organization, it may not be OITS, it may be something new. That is not something we just do out of the blue. Obviously, we have to work in consultation with legislature. There are certain pieces where we are trying to be very deliberate in gathering that feedback from the agencies on those concerns and say, hey, is it a concern about a specific thing, or are we still carrying baggage from the past? Because candidly so, there's a lot of issues in the past, but also looking at the future outlook of trying to see the big picture thing. I mean, obviously with the budget projections on what we see in the next 3 years, you know, we don't want to be in a state where we have to make cuts that come on the back of staff, things like that. So how do we better position ourselves to leverage technology to create those efficiencies as being the ultimate goal? So like I said, there's some things that make sense to consolidate. There's some things that don't. How do we best navigate? Where can we create those efficiencies? So ultimately the goal is to better deliver IT services for the state of Kansas in an efficient and cost-effective way to best handle our taxpayer dollars. So,
Representative Burjon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe I'm trying to remember when the sunset is. 26. Okay. And what's the total investment to date in putting all of this together that we may or may not move forward with?
Yes, the project for this to put this plan together is approximately $2 million, and that was done through ARPA funds.
So that's what we are intending to spend just to maybe sort of get us ready.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll follow up with that. How was the vendor selected for this?
Yes, ma'am. Good question. So thank you for that. So was it 2 years ago, Department of Administration put together what we call a master consulting agreement. They put out a bid for vendors to basically apply for that and vet them. D of A did this of consulting services. So there's various categories of specific consulting services. There's a category for IT consulting services. I don't know the total. I think there's like 40 vendors on it for IT consulting services. We put a task order out. So essentially a mini RFP to those vendors already on contract for this service. So it was a competitive bid.
And it was time, no, it was not. Okay, that's kind of misleading. I'm sorry, Jeff, but it was competitive bid to be on the list of approved vendors, but it was not a specific RFP for this project. You just picked from that list? Is that my understanding?
So the RFP for those vendors to be consultants to the state of Kansas was done by D of A, I believe, 2 years ago. That becomes a list of folks we can down select to move things a little faster but we still have to put a task order out that is posted just like an RFP to those vendors.
Okay.
So, and then we go through an evaluation process based on responses, just like we would an RFP, and then select the vendor. And we
It
have
doesn't
scoring
mean-
criteria, yeah.
It doesn't mean you're getting the most qualified vendor. You're getting the most qualified of the X number that is on the administrative list. I just wanted to be clear on that. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm not saying bad or good. I'm just pointing out so that people understand. The RFP and contracts are listed, but I don't know that the data that you talked about, what form did you call it? It wasn't an RFP
The
process.
task order process?
Yes.
Yes.
Are those available online?
I'd have to check with D of A on how they publish those.
Okay, because I haven't seen them, so, okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, yeah, I do think that we want to be very careful how we move forward on this because, I think initially 291 was more of a cybersecurity bill. I think it kind of evolved a little bit more to bring in more consolidated IT, and I think that we really do need to have more discussion on that before we, I do agree that there's probably some areas that are better, but there's a lot of area out there that I think we could get ourselves into trouble if we try to consolidate too much.
Yes, sir, agreed, and that's why we brought in folks that have done this and seen this in other states to address some of those concerns, and that's why it was tailored to bring a plan and not necessarily start executing on a consolidation, because again, based on previous experiences, and discussions, and when that bill was being crafted, we were very deliberate that we have failed attempts in the past. We need to make sure this is done in an appropriate way where it makes sense, because again, things make sense to consolidate, things don't make sense to consolidate. And let's not consolidate the things that don't make sense for the sake of creating a consolidated environment.
Right, and I think that's what I'm, getting at is we need to, so this is kind of more on the back to maybe IT or maybe OITS's services, but, and I should have probably asked this earlier. So we're trying to get we're trying to get the agencies to move more towards your services, as far as a master, maybe like the licensing is one of those things. Website is another. But my understanding is that in some cases, they can get a website a lot cheaper elsewhere than they can through OITS. And why is that?
So, good question, sir. So it depends on what they're specifically looking for. Some things we do offer, some things we don't. Depending on, again, what the service is specifically. A lot of times what we run into is the total cost of ownership may not reflect what they're paying monthly. So they may be paying a higher service, but they're getting the support services, the things like that. We will broker certain things, and they can choose to use us from like a website hosting. They can choose to use our service, or they can go out and get something else if they so choose. That is up to them. So we will provide what we provide, and basically, so like using data center as a service, for example, they may say, well, we can just buy the physical hardware, and that is cheaper than our bill, but they're not counting for the data center power. They're not counting for like the cooling, making sure it is in a tiered data center, the replications, the backup, the support that vendor is actually providing. That is factored into our rate. That is not factored into, I just have a quote for this hardware, so this is cheaper than this. So it's not necessarily always reflected apples to apples per se. So there is some of that, but in some cases, if we've selected a vendor that may charge more than some of the others, that's what was selected, and it's probably for a various reason, because most of those vendors we select in those spaces are usually through some sort of competitive process.
You explain to them the difference when
We do, sir.
So my other question is, and you mentioned data centers, I mean, and this may spur more of a conversation than we're ready for at this point, but I understand that Unisys got selected.
Yes, sir.
You've signed on, or they've signed, and everything is, and we haven't talked about that today. But also understand that there may be some, I'm hearing possibly, some reluctance to integrate more cloud-based services in our data, in our centers, that center, I guess. And where are we at on that, and where do you see that going?
Yes, sir. So the way we see cloud is another tool in the toolbox, but cloud is also expensive. So it becomes an agency decision on where they want to place their assets in terms of, we're not against cloud by any forms or fashion, but we want to make sure you're ready to go on the cloud, make sure you understand the costs of the cloud. What we do see is some people that may rush to the cloud and realize it is costing them a lot more and then pull it back, things like that. So we're trying to take a very deliberate approach to the cloud. It is an option agencies can use, but we make sure we are crossing all the T's and dotting all of our I's in that effort, because there are a lot of nuances to it.
So with the contract that you have with Unisys, have you talked to them about the cloud going forward?
Yep.
To help manage their needs as well as our needs?
So the way we've set that, the way that environment will be structured is it is still a managed data center environment strictly to Kansas. So it is not a full-blown cloud. But what we have put in place is the ability for them to help agencies if they want to move stuff to the cloud. They can help the agency move to the cloud because they have the cloud expertise, things like that. Agencies can still move out directly, but we do have it so Unisys can help in that journey as well.
What if Unisys needs, let's just say Unisys needs to add a bunch of more servers because of needs of the agencies, but yet the cloud would help them. If Unisys used the cloud, it would help them not have as much cost in more servers that they can manage that better. Are they able to do that?
The way we have structured it is no, they would not. So that is where they will help agencies move, but it would still be our environment, not a Unisys environment that they move to in terms of the cloud. So that way we don't run into issues like having to transition from one cloud ownership to another, creates an extra hurdle. So if it's in our cloud, they would help agencies move their environments to our cloud that we have the license for. So one of the things we need to do as a state is, and this is where, like with the help of Gartner stuff, a strategic approach to, we just don't want to stick, basically we don't want to set stuff on the cupboard shelf just because there's space there. We want to strategically organize it so we're not wasting space, things like that. So what makes sense for systems is we modernize systems. There'll be a flux of, right now we may have just say a legacy system that is 40 servers in an environment. If we modernize that into a cloud SaaS solution from a vendor out there, that's 40 servers we no longer need to go, but we've taken this strategic, we've migrated to the SaaS. So there's going to be an ebb and flow of systems, but we need to be more strategic in that approach.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you're getting a lot of questions today. So in the cloud, it's interesting because I thought there was a mandate requiring everybody to go to the cloud, which I have concern over that too. You're saying there's not?
There's no mandate from us, ma'am.
Okay. I'm not hearing that from some of the departments and agencies. So it seems like we have a pretty big disconnect on communication. You said that you don't stop contracts, that you don't have anything to say about vendors that are selected. And then I know that there's some departments and agencies, so I'll pick on LAS since they're in the room. Can they go out and establish their own server then? Because they tell me that sometimes they're reliant on you guys. And so I hear.
We do not provide any server services to LAS. That is an option if they choose to use it, but right now we do not provide any server services to LAS.
None at all. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to get a different answer, but okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there's so much to dive in on this, and I appreciate Senator Tyson. I have quite a few questions along those lines, but I'm just trying to determine if we're going to have time, or can we deal with this later? We're going to come back. Let's see on your schedule during discussion. What do you think? Are we going to come back to this topic?
Yeah, I think we probably would, because we're not going to really have too much committee discussion simply because we're not were at the very beginning. So, yeah, we might just try to do that. Let's move, if you're able to be here at 3:30.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's move more discussion. That way everybody can maybe think about questions more if they need to. And we'll change the committee discussion to grill Jeff.
Okay.
Is that all right with everybody? Okay, yeah, Representative Turner.
I just have a quick question. Just as I look through here, it says there's 39 participating agencies, which I think is less than 50-something that they're total. So do agencies can they opt out of participating in the study?
If they choose not to turn stuff in or not provide any information back, that is up to the agency. We do have a handful of, for example, non-cabinet agencies that are fully in our environment as is. And so some of it, for the sake of keeping scope kind of focused, we did not have them submit documentations or financials, things like that, because we already have most of that information.
So even when we get the Gartner product, it won't be the universe necessarily, it'll just be those that represent it. Okay.
Most of the agencies here are ones that have their own IT effort themselves. So that's how we're trying to get the bigger picture of the current landscape.
All right, so thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Let's do that. Committee, simply because I need a break. Let's take about a 5-minute break. So let's come back here about 11:30. And Senator Tyson.
Thank you. Real quick, may I have a point of personal privilege?
Sure, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to recognize the Tax Committee Assistant, John Gaunt, and his fiance are in the audience with us today. So thank you for being here. Thank you.
All right, so 12:30, let's come back and we'll get started with the 11:30. Sorry about that. That's where we could break till 11:30, come back and we'll start with the judicial branch. So we're at recess. head back to our seats as quickly as we can here. All right, are we ready? I believe we are. I lost my agenda somewhere. Okay. Thank you. All right, Tom.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome
Chairman.
to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Tom Day. I'm Director of Legislative Administrative Services and also the Acting Legislative Chief Information Technology Officer for the second time. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity for legislative IT to give a shortened update on legislative IT issues. Mr. Chairman had asked, the chairman had asked that we give a briefing on the cybersecurity and security for the IT side, also from the application services side and also the technical services side. With me today are Eric Teal, the Director of Application Services for the Kansas Legislature, John Langer, who is the Director of Technical Services for the Legislature, and also Bob Murphy, who is the Security Engineer. And Bob will be giving a briefing on the IT security and cybersecurity issues that we've heard a lot about already this morning from the executive branch and dealing with Senate Bill 291. Some of the aspects of Senate Bill 291 that even though they have there's sunset dates on there, we have taken care of as already, and we are continuing to flow through that bill just like there weren't any sunsets, but knowing that some things could change before July 1 of 2026. So, Mr. Chairman, at this point, I just wanted to give a heads up that over the past couple of years, a couple of the things that have taken place in the legislative side, the legislature has, through proviso and budget languages or bills that have passed, required the legislature to look into a couple of issues to help legislators deal with their day-to-day activities. One of those is the constituent relationship management service that we are implementing now. We have selected a vendor, and the vendor is working through 3 different sets and groups of legislators to get them put on board. We went with high-impact offices, which is leadership offices and some others in the first phase. We then go to a second phase, which will be dealing with assistant chairs and chairs and vice chairs, that group, and then we will go to the full legislature in full implementation. So the first phase is already in place, and many of you, I know a few of you on this committee have already received information from ks.gov, which is the chosen vendor by the Legislative Coordinating Council, and then we will be continuing to move on to other members as we move through the process. The other issue is the bill tracking service. That vendor has not been chosen yet under an RFP that we put out. And speaking of the RFP process, that went out to about 30 individual companies around the country, not from a list of the procurement office, but a list that I had put together by doing some searches of different legislatures, as well as just an internet search of companies that might fit the bill. So that's how the legislature deals with the procurement, even though we follow a lot of the procurement policies. So, Mr. Chairman, at this point, I would like to turn it over. You have our packet in your folders, and I'd like to turn it over to Bob Murphy, who will give a security briefing, and we are going to try and keep you on time pretty much.
We're not giving you much time to do that, so it's okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Thank you for having me here today. I am Bob Murphy, the security engineer here at the legislature. Do I need to duplicate my screen probably? You have a copy of it?
If you want to go ahead as he's getting it up.
Okay.
We've got it on paper here, so.
No problem. So we're going to go over our legislative security update. As Mr. Day mentioned, we have been, even before SB 291, working towards NIST standards and a lot of the things that were included in the bill. So what we're doing with our Security Operations Center, thank you, is we are running a continuous SOC-assisted NIST indexed scoring system. Just kind of briefly go over the strengths of this. Right now, our strengths are all technical. The technical systems that we have in place. So as far as our endpoint detection and response, the actual SOC system, and information protection services such as our data loss prevention and things like that, that look through all of our legislative data and make sure that everything is going well. All of our areas for improvement are administrative, except for the disaster recovery piece. That we need some more technical pieces to that. But we're looking at policy, asset management, risk management, and those things are an issue because they're not org-wide. That's really what we're running into, not having centralized leadership with a CISO or anything like that to push across the security policies that all of the departments have to follow. So we really need to get that, and we need to get that handled so we can increase that index score. As you can see right now, our index score along with our SOC is a 552, which, to give you an idea, means we're viably protected. We'd of course like to be in the green, which is which would be an advanced protection status. And these are just kind of all the different functional areas for the NIST 2.0 frameworks. Orange is points we've scored, gray is points we haven't scored. At the same time, we run a weekly scan that looks at every single endpoint individually. That's also through our SOC and looks for Center for Internet Security benchmarks. These are NIST-developed benchmarks, NIST-based benchmarks that are developed by the Center for Internet Security and widely accepted. Those also are changed by CIS. As of our June 7th scan, our average score for that is a 57.3%, meaning that we have 57.3% of the controls they wish we had in place. Of course, we're looking to increase that. But right now, that's where we're at a functional level. Essentially what we did is we created the settings, we tested them out, got to where everybody could do what they needed to do. Now that we're at that point, we're gonna start adding things on and making sure everybody can we're gonna keep testing that and keep putting more security controls in place while simultaneously making sure that everybody can still do their jobs. So next, we're actually for our production environment, which includes our identity management services. So that's your usernames and passwords, things like that. Our data, our devices, and our apps. This is our score currently, another quantitative score through our vendor. Higher score indicates a stronger security posture. Currently, we're at 66.1%, which, is really good. We've gone up. As you can see, we're going up. This is just over the past couple months. This isn't since we initiated this kind of initiative, or put this initiative in place and entered this environment. We've gone up quite a bit from 32%. Now we're up to 66%. And again, we're continuing to improve. Comparatively to organizations of a similar size, this does not specify government organizations. This is just organizations about our size, which is around 750 users. As you can see there, average score is 47.74, and we are at 66.1, so we're doing better than the average, and I'd like to keep it that way, and like I said, keep improving the score. Next, we look at our Security Operations Center coverage, and this represents key security metrics and how well our environment engages with our SOC. For our managed detection and response services, this looks at our configurations for our different applications, our data configurations, servers, everything like that. It monitors all of our logs and all of our systems. It looks at our security tickets, not our regular IT tickets, like if there's a printer issue, but it looks at security tickets such as there was a user account lockout or somebody's account may have been compromised, as well as external scans, which look at our public-facing IP addresses. We're currently at a 95%. Average for all customers is 77.2. Local government industries is 79.5. And for organizations our side, the average coverage is 80.3. So again, we are doing well there. We've got everything, so we're doing well there. The missing 5% is essentially things that we haven't implemented yet that we're working on. So we expect for that number to continue to increase. This is a 3-month summary of our Security Operations Center activity. This is essentially what I like to call our security pipeline, or they like to call our security pipeline. So we've had 4 billion observations. Excuse me. These are things that could possibly be incidents within our environment. Of those, after they were analyzed, 2,500 of those led to investigations. And of those 2,500 investigations, only 95 of those led to ticketed alerts, essentially things that we needed to look for and fix within the environment. Our Managed Security Awareness Program, as many of you have probably seen, this is your biweekly trainings or your biweekly phishing exercises, and including remedial security training. Right now, our program performance is strong, but I really would like to get the remediation completion and the session completion rates up. We're about 60 and 50% there, so I'd like to increase the participation with those. As far as what we've been doing security project-wise, we just finished our migration to our new endpoint detection and response service. We finished setting up our identity and access management, or IAM security. We've finished our online services security setup, which is going to be our applications, our Microsoft applications, Office, Word, things like that. We've assigned administrative units to further silo everybody's data. So essentially right now, the way we have it set up, if one department or one section were to get breached, they don't have access to anybody else's data. So we finished that setup, so we're nicely siloed off there. We've also finished our role-based and just-in-time access control deployment. This goes along with the principle of least privilege, and essentially this means that you have to go in and activate your ability to do things within the environment if you are an administrator. And it's also timed, so you can't just activate it forever and then go about your business. So this keeps us from, if somebody's credentials were to be, say Dusty's credentials were to be breached, whoever has his credentials wouldn't have forever access to that system, and we could turn that off easily and immediately. And we've also completed our automated hardware and software inventory of all the devices. So we've got actually redundancy on that with a couple different products essentially that do that for us. Right now, we're still working on our multi-factor authentication deployment. We've got 70% of the accounts within the organization covered. So of course, we're looking for the coverage on that additional 30%. On February 1st, 2025, that became a state requirement with ITEC 7026 P revision 1. Any exceptions to that policy have to be filed with the KSO. If you're looking to not do multi-factor authentication, that policy covers all organizational accounts. In the policy, there are no specific exceptions for anything, just any state of Kansas organizational account, and it applies to all branches of government and everything like that, again, according to the policy. We're also working on our data sensitivity labels, which will help when sending Teams messages or emails or things like that. It will actually prompt you saying, hey, there's possibly sensitive data in this communication. And then you can label that appropriately. We're inventorying all the ports within the building, including IP addresses, to get an idea of what's active, what's inactive, and where we can kind of try to control that. Right now, the on and off portion of the port inventory is controlled by OITs. So we'd like to find a solution where we can take control of that, because, as for example, in these committee rooms, we can't turn these ports off when you're not using them and turn them back on when you need them. They're just on all the time. So if somebody were to walk in here and connect to one of these wires, you know, that could be an issue. We're also working on tagging all of our assets with physical tags. Again, that's part of SB 291, is getting all of that done. Working on continuity of operations planning. That goes back to the technical controls I was talking about with our backup and disaster recovery. And of course, working on those settings to improve our CIS benchmark scores. What's next is we're looking at our phase 1 rollout for Zero Trust, which will be a VPN replacement. That's our virtual private network. That'll change the way it won't change the way, but it'll be an easier and less invasive way of being able to connect safely to State House data systems, whether you're at the State House or not. We're going to look at web content filtering. We have a fairly decent amount of traffic right now that goes in and out of Russia, China, Iran, different places like that throughout the State House. Whenever we see that, we block those IPs. But that kind of stuff pops up all the time. So with the Zero Trust and the web content filtering, that will eliminate those issues. Well, I shouldn't say eliminate, that will drastically reduce those issues, and we can kind of go from there. One thing that has been consistent on all of our evaluations is that our email security is baseline. So we really need to improve that. For example, within the past 72 hours, we had over 12 pieces of malware hit people's inboxes, actually go into the inboxes. Luckily, we have what's called 0-hour auto purge that takes those out once it realizes they're malware. But if there is a disconnect between the time the system notices that and takes it out and the time somebody clicks on it, our system could be exposed to malware. So we'd like to increase the email security there to stop those things from getting through. We're going to enhance the file sharing system to make that more secure and easier to use. We're going to introduce some user level ransomware protections. So that means the individual files on your computers will be protected from ransomware. We're going to automate a lot of processes that require human interaction, or I should say we're going to attempt to automate many processes that require human interaction to kind of cut that mistake, you know, the chance for mistakes and miscalculating, misconfiguring things, cut that out. And as I said, we're going to look at backup and disaster recovery enhancements, which would allow us to have essentially as close to as possible 100% availability. So even if we were to go down, we would perform an automatic switchover, and there wouldn't be any noticeable lag in everyone's ability to do their jobs. And we'd have backups in multiple places, of course, in the United States at approved data centers. But what this would allow us to do, like I said, is have essentially 100% availability, and it would also expand the footprint of where everyone's able to work in case of a disaster at the State House. And it would make it a lot easier and safer to access the same information you can access here. Just real quick, based on an incident that we had that was a pretty significant incident, I just wanted to also go into some travel reminders, especially if you're traveling out of the country. Make sure that we know there's different things that we can set up to still get you your email without exposing your state account. Make sure you ask your IT department where you can and can't access your state of Kansas accounts. We have conditional access policies, which means that there are some places, some countries you travel to, Russia, China, Iran, places like that, that will block your logins, but that doesn't mean your credentials can't be exposed and those people can't try to get on from a VPN or some other destination. Again, ask about the possible workarounds to receive the email while you're traveling. Consider taking a burner device, essentially buying a device that you can travel with to these countries that doesn't have any of your information, but basically any sensitive information on it. It's basically just a phone with a phone number and maybe an email account you can access. Make sure your multi-factor authentication is turned on. That's kind of what saved us from this being a really bad incident, was the fact that, besides the conditional access policies, was the fact that these individuals' accounts were requiring whoever got these individuals' information, they still had to use the multi-factor authentication, and along with the conditional access policies, that was blocking them from being able to get into these accounts. Never take state of Kansas owned devices, meaning your laptops, out of the country except for on approved official business. Whoever your bosses are, obviously approve that. Never leave any electronic devices unattended while traveling overseas, including in hotel safes. This is a big one. Those hotel safes are not safe. Everybody who works at that hotel knows how to get in there. So you leave your computer in there and say there's a bad actor, say you go to China, for example, and the CCP has, somebody working in the hotel looking specifically for Americans. First thing they're going to do is open that safe and clone your device, and they're going to have all of your information. Never conduct sensitive business on public Wi-Fi networks. This counts anywhere, even at local airports. Those are really easy to perform a man-in-the-middle attack, essentially where they get between the Wi-Fi network and the device. It's also very, very easy to create fake Wi-Fi networks that look official, that you connect to, and then all of your information is actually piped to a bad actor. Don't connect your device to anything you don't own and haven't had in your possession. This is kind of a newer one because a lot of airports will offer public charging stations. Don't hook up to their cables anymore. There's actually been there was a use case at a hacking conference, and then it kind of took off from there of actually being able to put downloadable malware just into the cable itself, where it goes from your device when you hook up at airports and things like that. And also turn off all your connections you aren't actively utilizing when traveling. So your Bluetooth, especially AirDrop is another big one you want to make sure you turn off if you have an iPhone or any kind of near-field communication technology, turn those off. You can do that by going into airplane mode. You can still use Wi-Fi in airplane mode if you're worried about communication, but make sure you turn all those off when you travel. At this time, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Went through that really quick.
Oh, that was very good, yeah. So I did have a question, a couple questions on the, so on our email, Arctic Wolf stuff. So earlier on, when I was training the new members, and I said, hey, if you get this, make sure you're doing it. And they all were like, we're not getting it. We're not getting these. So you are sending them out to everybody, right? To all?
Correct. We have a group that we continuously update, and I can if somebody's not getting them, just email and we'll make sure that everything's working correctly.
This was the new freshman legislators, representatives.
Okay.
And back in January, February, they were saying, no, we're not getting these. So maybe they are by now, but I just wanted to. And then if there's any way that you can, I think, oh, am I not? Yeah, it is on. Guess I'm not close enough to it. If there's any way you can make that more alerted, so that people see that, because we just get so much email. And it sometimes just gets filtered through and we don't see it. And I know myself, it's usually a few days sometimes before I'll see it. Oh, there's and I do think they're informative. They're kind of interesting. And so, but if there's anything way you can do that. And then also on this whole incident and I don't know how much you want to talk about it because of, but I understand that there was some individuals that did go to, an undesirable country and they were hacked. I think that it might be good to push that out to all of our senators and representatives that, hey, this is not, we're not just blowing smoke. This actually is happening. And I think that this example might be helpful in helping everybody to understand, hey, this is real, because I know that it was kind of lackluster as far as like, oh, my email's not working, and that was not even something that was thought of at first. And so anyway, I think anything you can do so maybe an email out to everybody that says, hey, this happened. These are some things. This is real. And so just some suggestions.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Anybody else?
We can definitely put something together for that.
Okay.
Sure.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Bob, as always, great job, always.
Thank you, Senator.
Stellar. In fact, I'm going to bring up one of the reasons I asked for the breakout of the FTEs and the dollar amount on the IT projects is so that we can take a look at the salaries, because we need to take care of you guys. We're lucky to have quite a few of you in the building, and I will add that to research and revisers also. We need
Thank
to
you,
do what
Senator.
we can.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. And the hints that you gave on the travel, I would suggest to my colleagues and to others that you use those practices in the United States also. It's not just going overseas anymore, if I may. And also, you've given an AI presentation to this group before. I do have concerns about AI security. And as we visited it, the legislation that the federal is considering right now, could you help us out on that, on maybe going forward with how we could be more proactive in that arena?
Yes, Senator, we definitely can. We have a drafted policy that we can share out and everyone can take a look at. And we can kind of move from there. I think that would probably be the best way to go. Easiest bit of advice is just don't put any sensitive, name, business things into an AI model. You're really looking at two different ones right now. You're looking at open models and closed models. The difference being an open model is if you put information into an open model like ChatGPT, they take that information and they use it for everybody else who uses ChatGPT. So if you say, ask a question about, how to draft a legal document or something like that, that information goes out to anybody and everybody. Or how do you, for us, how would you write this piece of code? That, everybody has access to that. Whereas a closed model is usually, that's what's going to cost you money. You pay for those, but that model only informs your learning and or uses any data that comes from like professional or academic sources. Like I know, for example, CoCounsel, which is owned by a reputable company, is a closed model. That's for like drafting legislation and different legal things. That information only pulls from their legal library and then only stays within a specific environment. They don't use that for everybody else. So that, like I said, just you have to be really careful. It's everywhere. It's being built into everything we use. So just, I'll go ahead and however you all would like me to do, I can send a copy of that draft policy out and you can review it and make any changes you want. And we'll help you with that as well.
Thank you. That would be great if the chairman doesn't mind. And I do have, and I'll talk to you guys offline about this, some of the applications that I use for security are getting in the way of what we've put together in the system. I don't know if anybody else is running into that or not, but.
Yeah, we, Senator, if you, anytime you want to stop by, we can take a look at that and figure that out and see where we can get that working, either on the back end or on your device on the front end to make sure everything's functioning correctly.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for all you guys do.
Any other questions for Bob? All right, not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. Have a great day.
You too.
Mr. Chairman, next up will be Eric Teal, the Director of Application Services.
Okay, welcome, Eric.
Thank you very much. My notes said good morning, but it looks like I need to say good afternoon now. So basically, to keep us moving here, basically sum up that we're working, most everything we're doing in application services right now is in support of going live with what we're affectionately calling KLIS 2.0. The first portion of that goes live here scheduled to go live June 30th. And then we move right on into phase 2, which I list here everything else that's associated with that. And as I was talking with some of the people prior to this, I think maybe in a future meeting, this interim, we should come together and I can give you a demo of what we've got and what we had and what we've got now and what we're going to have, that sort of thing. So with that, I would just stand for questions if anybody has any on.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. Why don't you get with James and we'll get that put together. So just real quick though, on the KLIS 2.0, is any of that going to be anything we see different, or is it just mostly what the revisers and the?
It's mostly drafting
and all that.
Revisers work for amendments and bills, as well as some updates for the chamber software that they're using, kind of where they use and do some of their work. One thing I did note here that we're getting a bunch of new templates for all the various documents, and a number of the bills are now going to be 8.5 by 11 instead of the 6 by 9. We're going to go a little bit bigger there for some things, but not everything will be that. We're kind of going around. I here.
Bigger font, is that what it is?
I'm sorry?
Larger font for some of us older individuals.
Yeah, that's why I carry these now, so I can do some magnification.
All right, great. Any other questions? All right, Eric, thank you. Appreciate it.
Last, Mr. Chairman, John Langer with Technical Services.
All right, welcome.
Well, good morning. As Tom announced, I'm John Langer. I'm with Technical Services. And one of the things I wanted to kind of touch base on before we jump into what's going on in our department is a shout out to basically my technical team that I have. I know many of you interact with my team quite a bit. And I can tell you that if it wasn't for them, I couldn't do this job as well as I'm doing. I rely on them a lot, and part of my overall goal and plan as I continue on in this role is to make sure that we have a good work environment for these people, because it's very difficult to get good people in here, and we really do have really good people, and I can't say that enough. You know, I will go out on a limb for them because they provide me good feedback, and I know they work very well with you, as many of you can attest, from the AV team to our technical crew that actually helps with your various laptop issues and other issues that you have throughout the session. So I can't thank them enough. You've heard a lot of talk today about various things, duplications of services, efficiency. All of these things I'm looking at in our own department as well. You know, looking at getting rid of various software and stuff like that that's been around for a long time that's no longer being used, and somehow it gets into a system of being renewed without anybody ever really looking at it. So my overall goal here is basically to make us more efficient, to get rid of duplicated services that we've got, and actually to move us forward into our security technology, as Bob was talking about. We have a lot of software that we have brought on that we haven't installed or initiated yet. And as we continue to move forward, we're looking at bringing that online. So we're going to see some enhancements as we move forward, but we're taking it slow. Don't want to move too fast on some of this, but you know, it's just part of the process that we're taking as we move forward. And then as you look at the document, you'll see that there are 4 major concerns or projects that we're looking at. The first one there is basically the virtual committee rooms, or the virtual State House. That is coming to be renewed here this year. And we're looking at all of the equipment, what we need to start changing out, what we need to be looking at, how long the life expectancy is. And I can tell you this right now, the majority of the equipment that we use is expected to last us through 2029. And so we're looking at probably hanging on to some of that and really taking a very deep dive or look as to what we need to change as we move into the future. There's many new enhancements that are coming out, and in many cases, we do have to go through, as Dusty can attest, and really run through some of these projects or some of these updates, because we have to sometimes work with the vendor to get us back to where we need. So that's been challenging at times. But I do plan on staying on top of that and making sure that we have the best service that we can possibly provide. And in many cases too, we try to enhance some of the services that we have. You may have noticed that this year in both the Senate and the House chambers, we've added a lower third along with the representative or the senator in that as well. That was asked for by many people because it helped them, find various bills and stuff like that. So we're always trying to improve the product and make it better for the individual users. The other aspect that we're looking at is our data center. We're looking at both aspects, hardware and cloud services. There are advantages to both. And like I say, a lot of that will come down to cost and resiliency and how we continue. And those will be something we'll be addressing here in the near future. The other area that we're looking at also too, is you may have noticed that I put in something there about the House voting system. The House voting system is getting up to around 17, 18 years in age. I've had many issues with it the last 2 or 3 years, where I've had to actually do some serious work in the system to get it functional. And we're to that point now to where we need to take a look at getting that equipment replaced. I've got some information out there for quotes, and we'll hopefully have some information on that very shortly as to what we need to do. But we're looking at enhancing that and to make it better. You know, one of the things we're looking at possibly doing in that is actually adding an audio port at the voting station so that for people who have difficulty hearing, you'll be able to plug in directly a set of headphones and have it directly there without having any other devices that you have to have. So that's one of the things we're looking at as well. And of course, the last thing on the list is we're getting ready for our next rollout of computers for staff. And so we'll be starting that process later this year and looking at what we need to do. And it is my hope that we can start that process of rolling that out by late summer of next year. So around this time of 2026, hopefully start rolling these out and getting the old systems gathered and returned. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right, any questions for John? Senator Tyson.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, John, for all you do. And you do have a great team. I know I'm not supposed to mention names, but Steve, if you're listening, no, you do have a great support staff, and we're lucky. So you mentioned the voting system in the House. I have concern over that. I mean, we spent major amounts of money on that system. That means it didn't even last, what, 10 years?
No, it's 17 years old. In fact, it'll be going on 18 years.
But what's wrong with it? It's a software update, the hardware, I mean.
From the issues that I've seen with it so far, we've had some issues primarily with the hardware. Last year, we had to redo a whole new wiring harness in the system. And I don't know if it's environmental conditions or what, but literally the problem came down to a wiring harness that we had to get rebuilt. And I have to, my hat's off to the technical team that worked with us that we were able to find this. But yeah, those are some of the issues that I've been dealing with. And like I say, most of the time I'm able to, this past year, to stay on top of that. I don't think any of you have noticed when we had an issue. I think there was one day we had the paging system that didn't work on that. But other than that, we were able to get things resolved fairly quickly and stay on top of that. So, you know, that is a priority. You know, I want to make sure that that system is working, and we do regular checks on that as we go through.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, we do want our good friends in the House to vote, and it would be interesting if you would go to the method used in the Senate, but I don't think it would be as efficient for you all. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do that. But we have had some issues. I think we've had it blank out a couple times, and it froze once or twice, I think. So, yeah, appreciate you looking at that. Representative Haskins.
So now that I know this information, if there's a bill that I don't think the votes were right, do I put in an IT ticket for you, or maybe a failure? No.
I don't know if I could do much for that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Tom, did you have anything to finish, or?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to do the quarterly update as we have always done. And if there are any questions, and like we offered next month's meeting, we'll be able to give you a better idea on the KLIS modernization as well, which was directed to us by the Legislative Coordinating Council, that we deal with the bill drafting system first. So.
Yeah, and I don't want to rush us if there's anybody that has any more questions. I mean, I appreciate you guys going through it quickly, but everybody good? All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So we are just a little bit behind, but not too bad. We are going to recess for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:30. So still got fairly good amount of time for lunch. So with that, we're recessed till 1:30. All right, welcome back, everybody. For our next order of business, we have the Childcare System Monitoring Report. Katrin with Legislative Post Audit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am here to provide an update on the KDOT IT project. You should have a LPA memo that we had presented to the Legislative Post-Audit Committee last month. Should be in your binders, looks something like that. So to start out, as a reminder, these IT monitoring reports are different from audits, which are retrospective. So this is an ongoing project that we are monitoring for a particular system that is being deployed right now. So our statute directs us to conduct such continuous audits to identify as early as possible when a project is at risk due to failure in terms of scope, schedule, cost, or quality. And in January of 2024, LPAC authorized us to monitor the Early Childhood Data Integration and System Enhancement Project, quite a mouthful. So we have started reviewing this one. This will replace the outdated childcare licensing and regulation information system. 2 agencies are actually involved in this project. They're collaborating. This is the KDHE for the childcare part of it and Department for Children and Families for foster care licensing. So this includes associated processes for facility inspections, background checks, renewals, complaints, those types of things. And in January of 2024, the KDHE actually signed a contract for $4.3 million to contract with a vendor, GL Solutions, to create a licensing solution, and it's based on a software as a service model. So our monitoring report results start on page 2, if you follow along in the memo. So as of April 1st, and so this is the first quarter concluded in this calendar year, the project scope, cost, schedule, and security was actually satisfactory. I'll cover each area briefly next. The scope has been agreed to by both the state agencies as well as the contractor. At the end of this first quarter reporting period, the parties had agreed to 13 change requests following a structured change control process. The parties also considered, but ultimately rejected, additional changes during our reporting period. Those do maybe become later, come back into play as the project continues further. So although we rated the scope satisfactory, the state's monitoring system that you've heard a little bit about earlier noted it to be in alert status, and I will talk a little bit about that later at the end of my presentation. As of April 1st, the project was also satisfactory in cost, although the estimated cost has increased and is close to the $5 million that the state has encumbered for the project. So I'm at the bottom of page 2, going to page 3 now. KDHE has paid about $1.6 million as a fixed price contract for several deliverables that were completed or partially completed. KDHE also approved 5 change requests, which added about $125,000. Additional monitoring costs for the Kansas Information Technology Office have added about $40,000, given the delay in the schedule that this project has seen. Lastly, KDHE has been working on a separate contract for annual licensing fees for $385,000. As of April 1st, the project is satisfactory in terms of schedule, but at least one segment of the project is behind, jeopardizing the go-live date. The go-live date was already pushed back once to October 2025, with final completion late February 2026. At the end of this monitoring quarter, several subtasks have slipped past their due dates. Stakeholders also have expressed concerns about a particular interface that is needed for the foster care side of things. And 3 major tasks are scheduled to begin during this quarter, and any further schedule delays will likely jeopardize those and as well the go-live date. The project was satisfactory in planning for security. In this area, nothing noteworthy has changed from our last quarter report. I do want to briefly touch on a concern that we did become aware of involving the state's IT project approval and reporting system, or KPERS for short. The Kansas Information Technology Office does track all planned and active state IT projects. So you've heard many presentations on that one and one this morning. So to that end, KDOT has rolled out the new system, KPERS. State agencies are required to report relevant project information into that system for approval and ongoing monitoring. KDOT charges a quarterly monitoring fee for those active projects with higher risk scores. And those are the fees I mentioned earlier. KPERS was supposed to go and provide up-to-date information to help stakeholders, including legislators, with oversight. In comparing our monitoring on this project with what's in KPERS, we noted issues with accuracy and timeliness. So first, KPERS identified this system as in caution for scope and overall. And again, I'm talking about first quarter, so just to make sure we're on the same page. So they reported it as in caution, and we did not see that in our follow-up and in our tracking. And so that is a concern because it doesn't match our information. And also, the latest available update that we took in mid-April was from November 2024, and that reflected the quarter ending September 30th of 2024, so fairly outdated. Lastly, I will note that there has been a significant legislative event with the passage of House Bill 2045. The bill created the Office of Early Childhood, among other things. Because this IT system will transfer to that new office, there are a number of changes that will need to be implemented. Things like letterheads and reports and such. Those changes will have a cost and will likely delay the go-live date of the project. Stakeholders have been discussing these issues during this quarter to try to finalize the additional work and the new schedule baseline. And with that, I stand for questions.
All right, any questions for Katrin? Sorry. Okay, I'm not seeing any. We do have a representation here from KDADS, I mean, not from KDADS, I'm sorry, from Children and Family Services. Do we have any questions for them about this project? Okay, not seeing any. All right. Thank you, Katrin. All right, so we are now going to go into, let's get closer. We're now going to go into our IT security audits, and we're running about, we said about an hour, so let's say 2:45. We'll start with the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. So we're gonna make one motion, and then we'll just bring people in and out as needed. And so we're gonna start with the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. And so I'll turn it over to Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed or executive meeting pursuant to KSA 7543-19A to discuss subjects relating to cybersecurity in the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, Kansas Board of Accountancy, Kansas Corporation Commission, Kansas State Fair, and Unified School District number 501 with the appropriate personnel from the Legislative Division of Post Audit and each agency pursuant to KSA 7543-19B, 12C, because the discussion of such subjects in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 2:45 p.m., that the discussion during the closed or executive meeting shall be limited to those subjects stated in this motion, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the permanent records of the committee.
I have a second? Second by Representative Haskins. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. All right, we will now go into executive session. All right, hello? Yeah, I turned it off, but it's coming back on. Yeah, I know. Okay. All right, we're back on, back in regular session. We're going to go back into executive session for another 30 minutes, so I'll turn it over to Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the open meeting of the Joint Committee on Information Technology be recessed for a closed or executive meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss subjects relating to cybersecurity in the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, Kansas Board of Accountancy, Kansas Corporation Commission, Kansas State Fair, and Unified School District 501 with the appropriate personnel from the Legislative Division of Post Audit and each agency pursuant to KSA 754319B 12C, because the discussion of such subjects is in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, that the committee resume the open meeting in room 582 north of the State House at 3:15 p.m. That the discussion during the closed or executive meeting shall be limited to those subjects stated in this motion, and to record this motion if adopted as part of the permanent records of this committee.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Haskins. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All right, we're back in executive session till 3:15. All right, we are back in session. So we are basically to the part where we were going to have open discussion, but we're going to sort of backtrack and go back to KBI. They were unable to be here earlier today, but they are here now and have agreed to come and talk to us about their software update.
There we go. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you for the opportunity to kind of circle back and just give you a brief update on the KPERS project, which is during Jeff Maxon's update this morning and through the KDOT process. It was one of the ones that's in a caution status. The update is this. That project has been a long ongoing project. It's a development project. And we recently, over the past 2 to 3 months, have realized and gotten to the point where from a data migration standpoint, the approach that was being taken was we were gonna stand up a new system, go live with it, maintain the legacy system, and have them talk to each other and do a data migration that way. The architecture to do that looked like it was going to take too long to do. So we said, we're gonna recast this project and we're gonna actually do a data migration itself so that we're going to come off of the legacy system, pull all that data onto the new system, and then go live. Reason for that is because of all of the integrations with local repositories and then also with the FBI. And through the certification that we need to do with the FBI, it just made more sense to do it that way. So that project is actually getting recast. Will probably come off the list, and then we look at next year, this time, being able to go live with the product. So that I'll stand for questions.
Any questions about that? Okay, that helps. We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're gonna go now, Jeff, if you want to come back up. Now, we've all ate and everything. We probably forgot our questions. Probably a little bit. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Jeff, could you just talk a little bit about what relationship your office is having with the Kansas State Fair?
Yep. Thank you for that question, ma'am. So again, I know you just heard an audit from the Kansas State Fair. So again, it's one where OITS is offered assistance to help them when they've had some technical issues, and they do purchase things like licenses from us, but that is the extent of it, where right now we are doing ad hoc support for them when we have resources available. We do not have a direct agreement with them in any place, and we have assisted them in the past out of, to make sure they're functioning, but we have not gone to that next step. We've tried to give them listing of, here are the things you need to do to come into our environment, here's the cost of it, and we have never come to a terms of them coming into our environment for full support like other non-cabinet agencies. So that is our existing kind of relationship with them right now from an OITS support.
And so is that kind of where the conversation stands, or, okay.
Yeah, we're circling back around with them again to try and bring them into our fully supported environment so we can fully support them.
Okay, and there seems to be some cooperation or willingness to do so. Okay, thank you.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jeff. So I guess we had conflicting information earlier this morning. I had asked the question of, were our agencies and departments required to use you guys? And you said, no, there's no requirement. And I talked to a couple other groups later, and they felt like they are mandated maybe to use your network or other. Could you address that?
So There's actually state law that says all networking and telecommunication services for the state are to be provided by OITS. And that has been in the books since the early or late 90s, going back to like DISC. So that is actually in state statute.
So that's what I was referring to this morning. I was very aware of that statute because we requested a legislative post-audit. In fact, the first one was in 2013, and we found out way before your time that OITS was overcharging LAS, the legislature, for the jacks in the Capitol. And I know they've been charged, fined by the federal government twice since that. And so so should we take a look at the statute to allow departments and agencies to break ties with OITS network?
So from my stance, ma'am, is I think that'd be a step backwards in terms of you begin duplicating a lot of efforts. Again, I can't speak to previous administrations and how they allocated chargeback, things like that. But we do run into a lot of finger pointing when, for example, if we have an agency that half supports versus OITS supports, when something breaks, who is involved and who's responsible. The ability to pull in talented staff to cover all that. So from a networking perspective, if each agency starts doing that, you would at least need 2 or 3 people on staff to support that local network. So if somebody is on vacation, things like that, you run into issues. So I think you start creating an significant additional cost to the state financially. And from a security perspective, if each agency starts going back and doing that on their own.
I think as an overall statement, that might work, but on individual cases, there may be situations for, like the State Fair Board, maybe they should look at a private vendor for.
And currently, ma'am, they're using a private vendor for their network.
So they're not following state law? I mean, I'm getting such conflicting information today. I don't know if the rest of the committee feels that way or
And that's
not.
the environment we live in today, where there's been no actual regulation or enforcement on that specific piece for the past 20 years, where agencies are just kind of doing that on their own.
So for the next meeting, Mr. Chairman, could we get a list of who's in and who's out and where OITS begins and where they end? And you might have some more suggestions for that too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you be able to put that together, or is that something we need?
We can do that.
Okay.
Is that specifically just with network services, ma'am?
Well, I mean, I think there's a disconnect right now in that, I was told that OITS stopped a vendor from going forward in a certain agency, things like that. And then you told us this morning, no, we don't get involved in that. So I'm not sure where this disconnect is, but I think there's a communication issue that maybe needs to be resolved between your office and the agencies and maybe even vendors.
Thank you for that, sir. Is there any details on that stuff you can provide back to us? Because I don't have any frame of reference. Like I said, we will provide recommendations if it is through certain contract vehicles, but I can't outright stop a movement forward on certain projects. I can say,
And that's as far as I'll go. I'll just saying that I think that there's a disconnect there that that I believe just more communication evidently. And this is not new to OITS. I mean, that I do think we've moved in a better position where we were several years ago, but I think it's still there. So.
And appreciate that. And I'll go back to some of my presentation earlier. That is why we're undertaking some of this other service management effort to clearly define all those, because over the years that has not been, it's, and this is some of the good things coming out of our engagement with Gartner, because we're letting agencies have free conversation where we're not there. You tell Gartner what the case is, and the term has been captive customer type thing. And so we acknowledge that. So here are the next steps we need to do to start addressing that. And we're working that now. So by the end of the year, everybody should hopefully have agreements in place. Here's where we start. Here's where you start. Here's where we stop. Here, what you're specifically getting. Here's the services that are attributed. Here's your responsibilities. Here's our responsibilities. And here's what we're going to be held accountable to. So that is something we're undertaking right now.
Jeff Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jeff, since we're on that subject, before we go on to another topic, going back to the statute in the late 90s, it sounds like we're not in compliance with that. And if I would encourage us, Mr. Chair, that would be, you know, part of this report is what is the statute? How are we not in compliance? Why are we not in compliance? Because I'm curious how we got here too, so.
And I'll add to that, that is specifically around telecommunication services. That is not to like data center hosting, things like that. So. Now and I'll add, there's been directive giving by administrations to certain agencies on what they need to do, but that's not us enforcing our will on people.
So I guess that kind of comes back to the data center to a certain extent. So as far as the executive branch, I know you can't control the legislative, judicial, or even the statewide elects, you know. But as far as the executive branch, what are you, or what is the administration doing as far as to try to get us out of the data center business? I mean, I know we've moved that way to a certain extent, but we still have data centers in some of our buildings. And so what are we doing?
Yes, sir. So great question. That is something we're working through as opportunities arise in terms of like hardware refreshes, things like that, where we've opened the data center contract so other agencies can move into that. So it is to them. We do have a limited footprint because there will always be some stuff that needs to exist on campus. We will still maintain that, but there's never been a outright directive saying all of you are moving into the data center that OITS has. If you want your own data center outside, some of the agencies have pursued that, but we will not directly support that. So it's one of those as we work with the willing until we have some further guidance and directive that, yes, this is the mandate to move forward.
Okay. And I'm not I'm not trying to make this about the current administration or anything like that. I'm simply wondering, the administration, the governor is ahead of the agencies. So there, at this point, there's not any sort of a push to say, hey, we need to get these data centers.
Yes, sir. The intent is to try and move everybody to a uniform approach to providing IT services across executive branch. The additions to some of the challenges historically have been sometimes, well, maybe we don't report to the governor, we report to our board. And so that is just some of the, and again, so we have that discussion. If we have to continue to have it, we move on to the next where we're getting cooperation type situation. So goal is to eventually circle back around, but it's a dialogue we're continuing to have.
Yeah, and I understand that on some of your, you know, your little agencies, but the big agencies, the main agencies that are controlled by the secretaries.
Yes.
I mean, that is, I would assume that is kind of something that we're
pushing towards.
Okay. Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, just kind of wrapping my head around this. So when we think of SB 291, was that kind of birthed out of then the whole need for cybersecurity? And I kind of look at your position then and bringing collaboration together, building the framework, kind of what we're in a preliminary architectural type look from the top. And the best way I could describe this is, you know, I've done numerous building projects in years past, and kind of an analogy to me would be like you have an architectural thing, you got a picture of where you're going, but then as you get into that, then you look at like, okay, what's the walls, what's the structural engineering look like? And then you can go deeper and you can find out that you have this whole architectural thing from the top looking good. You kind of got this direction. You call in an expert here, a structural engineer, but then all of a sudden you find out you need a land engineer because your foundation is not going to be supportive to what your vision is. And so when we're looking at this whole IT thing, we get to this place that, and this has come up over and over in the last couple of years. I see the vendors being a foundational thing that if we don't keep in mind and have accountability, know who they are, who they represent, where they come from. It's like it's a foundation. If you build all this without the accountability to them, what's the end result? It's like I built this whole building, but I didn't give eye to what was really important, the foundation, and in time it collapses. And we're talking about millions and millions of dollars, you know, and I think you're doing a phenomenal job. I'm learning this, we're learning this together, but somewhere in this piece, we got to get some questions answered because it's gonna bite us in the long run, you know, and that even goes into the closed sessions, the claws, the teeth, I should say, of where we're going for the transparency and accountability. Because what we don't want is to get out there and having spent all this money and look back and then everybody's still going their own way. Does that make sense? And that's what I hear from the agencies. It seems like ultimately they can do what they want. But how does that help us if we're going in this direction? So I don't know if that's more of a comment or just analysis, but there you go.
Yes, thanks, Sarah. I'll try and follow on and I think you're exactly right in terms of we're trying to examine all the directions we're going and trying to at least steer the ship in the same direction. There's still individual functions on a ship that are managed and maintained by the individual entities. You know, even your comment about sourcing, obviously, we don't want 85 different vendors providing one solution or one type of solution because we're paying it 85 different ways. If we're doing it one way, we probably get economies of scale, things like that. So trying to wrap our arms around and using Gartner to help us, what does the existing landscape look like and where can we find some of these things? So like I said, there are some things that make sense and there's some things that don't make sense as we look at things like the high degree of custom applications we have in the state. It's not going to make sense to take those developers out of those agencies doing that work for that one specific application and say, yeah, you're going to go do this. You know, you're a tax developer now, go do this for the UI system and labor. That doesn't make any sense. So there's pieces like that no, those don't make sense. So, but now if we start moving down new applications, we probably want to look at using these type of databases, these type of web application servers. We can at least steer, because if you do have something go bump in the night, we have a deep bench of expertise across the state that can help, not just you have the two you have and that's all you have to support your solution. So there's a lot of other things we're trying to evaluate in this process. So whether kind of go in the consolidation or not, but we need to clearly go back, take a step back, and from the foundational, the services we provide, there's a lot of work we need to do to show what this is and that has not been done over the past. And so again, having been in the state for a while, been in the agencies and been on both sides of the coin, yes, there is an agency focus, but there's also a state focus we need to be paying attention to as well.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought that was what ITech was for, to give that overall umbrella and the parameters for the agencies and departments. I thought that was already established. Is that not being followed? Is it not? I mean, where's the disconnect here?
That's a good question, ma'am. So a lot of the iTech stuff is very dated and based on participation like that. The state architecture was last done in like 2010. And that wasn't very specific. And so again, there was a lapse where the state didn't have a chief information technology architect even staffed for a handful of years. So again, we're making our way back and trying to play catch up to some of the things that were neglected in the past.
Well, I know this administration did have, and there were, so who's dropping the ball with ITech?
So in the past, it was made up of the three branches, and now it is specifically executive branch, and we've made significant progress in the past 8 months in terms of setting a foundation of new policies. So we had a period of previous administration, CETO, that did not convene any of the meetings for ITech for a period of about 3 years.
So we can legislate all we want up here if it's not being implemented or executed. I mean, it's a big black hole. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for Jeff? All right. I'm sure we'll have more later.
Thank you.
Jeff, thank you for coming back and thank you for answering our questions. All right, committee. Actually, going to get you out of here a little bit early. You're there. I know. So we are looking at a possible next meeting in August. And so be looking for an email from James. He'll be sending out some possible dates for the next 3 meetings. We would like to get those done by in November, so that gives him time to get things done. So, but the next one we'll be looking at in August. Again, if you have issues that you would like for us to look at, I mean, today's already kind of spurred a few things, but if there's more, please let James know so that he can let me know and we can look at those. And so with that, thank you guys for being here, and we are adjourned.